Well, I think I'll always start my stream just making a noise just to make sure my mic is on at this point. Okay. Yeah, okay, I made it back pretty early, much earlier than I expected. And so I was like, yo, no one let's stream early for once because I have a running track of being constantly late. All the goddamn time. Oh, yo Jay, good morning dude. And thanks for contributing to the challenge. I'm just gonna keep extending it until eventually it gets filled up. But hey, what's up? Hope your morning's doing alright. It's pretty early for you, isn't it? Ooh. Okay, I think everything's alright. Everything looks fine. But yeah, again, finally, after so long again, we're playing more Spooktober VN Jam games. I'm excited. Morning's alright. I had a few hours of sleep. I'm glad. I'm glad your morning's going alright. Good day. Oh, hi Pop. Welcome. Good day to you too, Pop. BRB will get cereal. Ah, yes, go get some cereal. I will be here anyway. Have a good cereal break. Let's see. Okay, so, okay, earlier than expected. And I want to play more Spooktober games. So I was like, you know what? I'm home early. I got some energy. Let's start early and let's see if we can get through more games than I initially planned. Because there are so many games in the Spooktober category when I opened itch.io to check it out. And holy shit. And I'm only just like scratching the tip of the iceberg right here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Let me just check if this works. Why is it not updated? No. Yamero. Did it not save? Okay, let me click that save button. Ignore that. Yes. Okay, I just forgot to click the save button. Cool beans. Alright, so, if anyone needs any content warnings, the command !TW will bring up the content warnings for the game that I'm currently playing. Buttons hard. Yes, buttons hard. Buttons are hard when you don't have when you're a fish. But yeah, basically, I have tried to set up commands for each game that I'm gonna be running through because there are a lot of damn. Alright then. Oh boy, I love death and murder. Thanks for the bonk, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for it. Whatever. Let's see. Why am I not hearing it though? Are you guys hearing the sound alerts? Like, are you hearing the bonks? Just to check, because I didn't hear it on my end. I saw it pop up, but I didn't hear it. Also, hi Friss. You gotta love some death and murder. Okay, you guys did hear it, so it's just not me. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna bonk myself. I wanna see if I can hear it. I just changed some settings. Okay, now I can hear it. Alright, cool. OBS just bugs out sometimes. Cool. Yep, alright, so, actually, I have seen some reviews of this game. They said the body horror is pretty solid. I'll just say I don't do very well with body horror. So, alright chat, you guys are my emotional support right now. Don't drop me into a ditch, right? I really wanted to try this game because I actually saw the art style and I was like, let's give it a shot. Because this game also looked like, yes, Friss. What is it? So do you trust me to not let you down? You're no strangers to luck, you know the rules, and so do I. Yes. I don't know if you're gonna let me down after that, but... yeah, sure, why the fuck not? Honestly, you guys could throw me into a ditch and I wouldn't be surprised. Because I would like... I don't know if you guys would throw me into a ditch. But yeah, I actually saw this game. I saw the art style and it has something to do along the lines of like friendship and also like potentially romantic stuff between the friends. I think I want to see how this goes out. So I thought, okay, looks like try interesting. I want to try it out. And it's actually one of the games I saw that didn't actually get a lot of traction, and I was like, you know what? I'ma try it out. I wanna try those games that haven't received a lot of traction online yet, because I mean, like, when something receives a lot of traction, it gets a lot of attention already, and a lot of people probably have streamed it. So I thought, okay, let's try to at least give every game some stream time, even if I'm not the best streamer or not the most big streamer, right? I was like, yeah, just might as well try, right?
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Oh boy. I'm sorry if it's a bit loud. I don't know how to turn down the fish and mail. It's a bit loud. Okay, correction, Tetsuya. Do you trust me to not want to see you suffer any given circumstance? Nah, I'm pretty sure you want to see me suffer. I'm pretty sure you wanna just make my life hell, huh? I trust you to make my life hell. Basically. But we shall see. Oh, and Ripple has just left me. Want to see Tetsuya suffer? Jay, how dare you? I trusted you. I'm kidding. Oh wait, I forgot to give. I forgot to give Frisk. Exactly, I'm the moral detriment. Not moral support, moral detriment. Kind of say, wow. Okay, I see this is how my chat is like. Alright, you know what? Alright, you know what? Game on, guys. We'll see. I will make your life hell, you'll make my life hell. Let's see how this goes. Oh boy. I'm in for a treat. Oh, and also, I don't necessarily have to sleep very early tonight, which is exactly why I'm probably going to be playing Spooktober games tonight. And if I suffer and I can't sleep tonight, at least it's not going to be too bad. I mean, I do still have to go to work tomorrow, but at least it's not too early in the morning, not like today. I had 3 hours of sleep, and I'm still pretty okay. Alright, so, you know what? Without further ado, let's try. So again, I will put the oh yeah, welcome back, Jay. I hope you have cereal now. But yeah, again, I will put the warnings in the chat. If you wanna. Oh, and also I will just blah blah blah. Yeah. If you want to see the master list of games that I've played or am playing for Spooktober, you can click on that link. It's a master list, so you can actually go back to the original creators and show them some love, right? If you want to, or you can just say a fish guy sent you and is here to suffer. I don't know. You want to make my life hell? You want to embarrass me on the internet? I don't know. Your choice. Okay. Do let me know if the volume of the game may be a bit too loud or too soft, because I know naturally I like to turn down the volume for things, so I'm only afraid it might be too soft for you guys. But yeah, if it is too soft, just let me know. I'll turn it up, because I have it turned down a bit late already in the game and on OBS. So, yep. Anyway, let's start. If I die, I die. Blue Moon's Lament. Loss of Lamenters sees rise in monsters. Blue Moon Lament. It's been 10 years since that event occurred. 10 years that we have lived with the ones now known as Lamenters. As we all know, it was the Lamenters who quelled the sudden rise of monsters in our midst. Okay, so this is stuff. Alright. Reborn from the mysterious relics that gave them powers and manifesting in outfits alien to our own, they appeared just in our darkest moments to defeat the monsters raising our world. Today, they are hailed as heroes, but unfortunately recent reports are showing a troubling trend. Wait, I gotta put on a newscaster voice. I don't know how to do that though. Not careful. Lamenters are vanishing into thin air at an unprecedented rate. Studies across the world have shown that an estimated 10% of the Lamenter population has disappeared, with many citing no evidence of a corpse ever found afterwards. Compared to the 0.5% increase in new Lamenters manifested this year and a sudden surge in monsters across the globe, many are racing to discover the reason why our superpowered heroes are vanishing without a trace. In other news, Lamenters Hut Bell and Azure Lion have been taking headlines by storm. The monster-fighting duo have been seen multiple times together, and in tonight's exclusive interview, we'll make sure to hear their thoughts on this troubling news. Tune back in at 9 PM tonight to... What? The TV shuts off with a crackle of noise. Its glass screen no longer reflects the image of a news reporter gabbing about news already reported several hundred times before. Instead, the visage of a young man appears, one with white hair gleaming with the touch of a rainbow, and whose eyes glimmer like amethyst and gold milk together. Ah, magical girl bush. Doki Doki best horror game. Oh, okay, I can't. Oh god, Doki Doki Literature Club. I can't actually play that game. Like I steer away from that game because I know I am gonna have nightmares. Actually, funny thing, I don't do very well with horror. I'm actually not I'm not necessarily a horror fan. I appreciate the genre and I like the implications of horror, like especially when you psychological horror where you have to think about it and then when you think about it, it becomes scary. But I am not good with horror. Like, what about horror? Horror? What? What is that? Horror Thor. Gore psychological jump scare. Ah, okay. Gore, not so much. Like, okay, it depends on the art style of the gore. Psychological, I like it, yes. Jump scares, I hate them. I hate jump scares. Horror throw. Okay, I've never heard of that. I love Doki Doki specifically because most of what they've done with the engine. Ah, yes. Actually, I do appreciate Doki Doki because of how ingenuitive they are with the game and how they have programmed it. The coding behind it and the concept is superb. It's just that I know that I probably necessarily can't play it. I can probably watch someone else play it, but I don't think experiencing the game for myself would be good for me. Doki Doki is mostly psychological and a few dead bodies. Yeah, I've seen it actually. I've somewhat spoiled myself on it because I knew that I didn't really want to play it. Cause like it's very mind-fucky kind of psychological and ARG shit. I love ARG shit. What's ARG? Is it the fourth wall stuff that they do? Cause I do like fourth wall stuff. I do like fourth wall stuff. Oh well, I appreciate it, but to some degrees I try to stay away from games that have very heavy trigger warnings because I know that yeah, I shouldn't take too much I can't consume that much of that content. Alternate reality game. It was like website shit plus Falcon shit. Ah, I see. I actually really like those kinds of games, and I was actually very interested in playing Doki Doki, but there are certain specific scenes that I cannot handle. Like I don't trust myself to handle very well. And you can access websites that have hidden stuff. Oh yeah, I like those. You know, like have you guys watched like the latest Batman movie? Right? The latest Batman movie with what they did with the Riddler, you could actually access their website, and then like if you put in the correct answer, like you could get access to the next part of like the website's puzzle and shit. That was fun. I like that kind of stuff. I know they did that as well for like one of the old Batman marketing stuff with the Joker. It was like a very old Batman movie. Yeah, wait. Oh, rainbow haired guy. Vidal or Vidal? I'm gonna call you Vidal. Vidal sighs from his spot on the couch. Just like all days before this one, the rising concern of vanishing Lamentus is something he can't put out of his mind. He rises from his seat when he hears a small chirp from afar. Stepping forward, he glides to the nearby counter of his apartment, removing a glass pot filled to the brim of dark liquid and pouring the styrofoam cup between his coffee. One of my favorite ARGs is the Angel one from Tumblr. I have not heard of that, I don't think. I actually... How do I say this? Oh yeah, I actually try to stay away from horror because I know that I am somebody who is prone to nightmares. I'll DM you later. Sure, go ahead. As long as there's no... yes, I do quite badly with Uncanny Valley. Stuff that's Uncanny Valley is something that tends to be stuck in my mind for quite a bit, and I will have nightmares. I'm very prone to nightmares. There's no horror, it's more mystery. Okay, sure. It's a bit meta. Meta's alright. It's more so if it's imagery, if it's visual. If it's visual, I tend to have nightmares. I'm somebody who actually has quite a bit of nightmares, so I try not to consume content that has nightmare fuel-inducing imagery. FNAF used to scare the shit out of me when it first came out, and after viewing so much, killed most of the horror for me. Oh yeah, for sure. I was also in that boat. It's because FNAF's horror is leaning more towards jump scare and the environmental. But once you're used to it, you treat it less like jump scares. You just treat it more like, oh, this is a puzzle game, because essentially it is a puzzle game. It is a management puzzle. And honestly, the first few FNAF games, I really liked it. I used to be knee deep in FNAF. I was like reading up all the lore. I was trying to get all the endings. I was like watching every single theory video out there. I was super into it. Psychological shit does weird things for me. It doesn't scare me. You know what? That's fair. Like, some people like are okay with it, and that's perfectly fine. It just means you can consume that content. To some degree, I want to consume this kind of content, but I know I have to do it in moderation. I have to be very careful with what I consume, because I know that I can have really bad nightmares. Like, I have actually developed a certain phobia because of my nightmares. I want to recreate it on a digital level. Oh, go for it. Go for it. You know, who knows? You could be the next, next year they're probably gonna have another Spooktober game. You want to make a game, you can submit it in. I'll definitely play it if you do. Who knows? But yeah, like, I'm one of the people who actually have to be careful with what I consume in content-wise. I have to make sure I limit or moderate it. Because I have developed phobias just from nightmares alone. Because my nightmares are very intense. I have very vivid nightmares. So the more stuff I consume is basically more things my nightmares can use against me. So I need to be careful. Like, I'm generally okay consuming it. Like, right now, I'm okay. But there are like times where, like, once I try to go to sleep, or once I sleep and it comes back to haunt me, and I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. But then again, I just like, oh, but I like horror. But I like, reading this kind of shit. So I go back into it, and then I'm like, and then the cycle repeats where I'm just like, I suffer, but I also enjoy it. But I suffer. It's like eating spicy food, honestly. The coffee quite positively burns through the white foam, hot on the palm of his hands as he nurses his scalding drink. The art is pretty. I like the art. I should really get different cups, Vidal muses, rubbing at an eye and sipping some more. His mouth protests, seething with heat, but the smarting nerves on his tongue ease up in seconds. The pain is only temporary, a burden he's willing to face if it means he can get his damn brain to start chugging. Mood. Here's the thing, right? I love scary things to the point where if things in horror aren't scary enough, I'm just bored. You know what? And that's fair. Like, and if you're that kind of person, that's fair. I am similar to Life and Death doesn't scare me at all. You know what? That's fair. It used to scare me, but now it doesn't. For me, I just like, I don't deal with jump scares. Like, I just don't like jump scares. So now it's just like, oh, okay, I died. Alright. But yeah, FNAF is more jump scare than anything else. Like, more horror stuff. Have you guys seen this webtoon, Beauty Water? Yeah. Sorry to hear about your nightmares. The last game that caused nightmares for me was Control. Oh yeah, that's. It's okay. I'm kind of used to it. I just deal with it when I can. Last game that caused me was Control. I think I've seen Control, and I can see why it's scary. Yeah, definitely. Only scary thing I get now is chase things. I just get under the temperature. Okay, that's fair. That is like, the anxiety. Chase scenes. Definitely scary. The one I don't like is Specify Slash Devour because it just feels so reliant on jump scares. Yeah, I just don't like jump scares as well. Oh yeah, Beauty Water. Yeah, that kind of horror is the shit that keeps me up at night. Like is that kind of like psychological horror that keeps me up. It's like, it is the depravity of the human mind that is truly horrifying. That like Beauty Water. Ugh. I read the original webtoon and I was like, fuck, I'm not watching the movie, I'm gonna die. Because I heard the movie was really good. It's quite faithful. I was like, no. If it's very faithful, I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna watch it, I'm gonna die. Yeah, like, actually the same webtoon series. I've seen a few of this webtoon series. I didn't want to read all of them because I'm actually not, like I said, I'm not very good. I remember that a few of them would turn on camera. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, like those existential horror shit, those are the really scary stuff. Like, okay, I would say my relationship with the horror genre is similar to that of Junji Ito's. Do you know Junji Ito's Junji Ito? Basically in an interview once, Junji Ito actually said that he is terrified of horror. But because he's so afraid, he wants to create more horror. And I think I'm kind of like that. It's like I'm genuinely afraid of this kind of shit. But it's like, but I want to consume more. I want to see more. I want to see like how far your mind can take you. Like how much can you put in that is actually genuinely terrifying. Like what can come out in your mind. And I don't like it when it's like cheap, because jump scares tend to be cheap nowadays. I say tend to because there are some jump scares that still done really well, like really, really well. But for the most part now it's just very cheap. Like, you know, like slasher films, like no, I hate slasher films. It's just startling, but it's not scary. It's startling, but it's not scary. Yeah, also the camera stuff is like, okay, so Saw was epic. I actually really don't like Saw. I hate Saw. I don't deal with well. I don't deal with realistic gore. If it's realistic gore, I will 100% not read or watch it. If it's like, you know, drawn gore or like stylized, then I'm willing to give it a shot. But if it's realistic, like live action, I won't consume it. Love Library of Runa / Lobotomy Corp. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Not exactly horror, but things that intend horror. Yeah. Like SCP stuff. I don't know what kind of horror that is called, but I like that kind of cool. I've seen like real peeps die that had to do movies on and off. Yeah, kind of. Like I have seen real people die as well, but it's like, which is why it's like, I don't know. I don't like it's just like slasher films are very.
Hello there.
It's just not for me. Oh there. Hello, Kay. Welcome to stream. Sorry, I nearly missed that. We were just talking about horror genre in general while I'm like, I'm not like watching PG stuff nowadays. You know what? That is very fair, Jay. Handshake. Which is why I do still limit, like, I mean, for the most part now, I just enjoy watching animated stuff. I don't really watch, I don't watch a lot of like M21, M18 rated stuff. Because like, I mean, like, it's not the tags that are the issue, it's really just like the themes that are prevalent in certain movies that I'm just like, no, nah, I'd rather see more animated stuff, really. Reading SCP is very interesting. Yes, I agree. SCP is something that I really like. I actually have one of the mods in my channel actually really loves SCP. We've played a D&D SCP game before, actually. One of my OCs. I don't know if I can probably show you guys news. Yeah. That's the thing, in real life, blah so much, I guess okay if the movies well, not okay if I end like Arma Harm though. It's like people harm I go yippee. Oh, you know what? That is very fair. Actually, that is very, very fair. Like let me put like this down for like generally. So when it comes to horror, I mean, when it comes to fiction in general, right? There's a lot of things that you want to consume because you can tell us like, oh, it's fiction and I like consuming this kind of material in fiction. That's okay. But there's certain topics that obviously people may not want to touch. Even if people think like, oh, it's a small thing in like the big scheme of things. Like you like this, but you don't like that. That's weird. Like some people may think like that, but that's not the case really. Like you can just, there are some people who are just like, hey, there's this certain things that while I do like, this specific thing, I don't like. That's very fair. That's why we have content warnings. Isn't there an SCP game that came out recently? Is that only the demos available? I have seen it. I think it was on the recent like big game showcases out there. I think it's the demo, but I'm not very sure. Yeah, I think I saw that there was one, but I didn't look into it. I was like, oh, right, that looks really cool, and I forgot about it. Putting aside the cup temporarily, Vidal instead moves about his apartment to move around bits and pieces of items he'd been leaving scattered for way too long. As he does so, it's hard to ignore the golden gear that follows him. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, one of my favorite horror movies is Train to Busan, but just because it's like people are so fucking horrible. Okay. I will actually. I need to actually state this clearly for you guys watching my channel, because actually this is something that I'm very touchy with. I cannot deal with anything that is zombies. I'll put it. I cannot do with anything that is zombies. Anything that is zombies, anything that is visually look like a zombie, do not send it at all. Like, you have to spoiler it. You have to spoiler it, because I cannot see those images. Because it's actually one of my triggers. I cannot actually see zombies. I can see it, but it is, if I see it, there's a 99% chance I will get a nightmare that night. It is it happens all the time. Even if just the word alone, there is a chance I can get triggered. Which is stupid. I don't understand why it does that, but it is stupid. It has happened and I'm like, I hate it. The thing is, I fucking love Train to Busan, but I cannot deal with the zombies. It's so sad. You see, it's like, I like this, but there's this one thing I cannot handle. Like, Dying Light. Yeah, I actually can't. Okay, because... Okay, if I have to explain it a little bit, not just the imagery alone, lip every day 2 colors. Funny thing, you know, actually when I was a kid, I used to play a lot of those at LAN cafes. And actually that's how I got my fear, because after I used to play a lot of it. And then there was just 1 week where I had back-to-back nightmares of zombies. Every night when I went to sleep, I would wake up in the same place, in the same zombie apocalypse, and I would just die over and over and over again. I would just die. Every time I went to sleep, I would wake up when I died in my dreams. And I would wake back up in the exact same position, and no matter what I did to try and curb my fate, I will still die in the end. That was actually what gave me my zombie fear. Because I felt everything in those nightmares. Like, I felt like myself being torn apart, and I was a kid when I had those nightmares. And I remember very clearly that my nightmares were taking place in the old school that I used to attend. Yeah, you know what? I mean, like, and that's fair. But basically, like, that's why I can't talk about. I just call them like Z monsters, Z mobs to be safe. But yeah, I cannot deal with any of that. I'll just put it like safely, because the concept alone scares me. Because I find the concept of a parasite that can take over your brain, killing you, but reanimating you, I don't like it. That concept is terrifying to me. So when zombies embody that entire concept, that's why I get very afraid of it. And also, which is also why I don't deal very well with parasites. I get very jittery around parasites. I hate parasites. I have seen a leech in real life. I fucking hate them. The novel at the end of the novel, person wakes up in the train again. It's like, oh yeah, your friends are cheated along. Oh, I think I've seen that. I think I've seen one of those. Oh, hydrate. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you, Jay. Yes. But yeah. So I'll just like, no clue what the title has been 12 years. Very fair. But yeah, essentially, like, you know, the anime Re:Zero, where like whenever the protag dies, they just have to wake up and like they try whatever to like save their fate, but they die again. Essentially, I had those nightmares like back to back for like a week straight. So every time I went to sleep, I would be in that same area, same location. Yeah. So So basically, I want to avoid that. If there have happened a few times where I'm like, oh yeah, I want to consume some horror content, and then I see zombies and I'm like, oh well, fuck, and then I go to sleep, and then I'm like, oh, I wake up, oh, it's a zombie apocalypse, oh, I'm gonna die again, and then I die, and then like, you know, after running around, then I die. Like, my nightmares are so vivid where it's like I can spend so long in my nightmares that I feel like I've been in that nightmare for like a week, and then I wake up and it's only been like a few hours. Like, the time difference is insane. Like, I wake up and I'm like, I feel like I've lived a whole life, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's the next day, and then I have to check the date and be like, oh, what day is it? You know, so it's like that kind of level of vivid nightmares, which I really want to avoid because like, holy fuck, I'm not going back there. I'm not going back to that hellhole. Goodness Christ, Jesus Christ. Ugh. Anyway, moving on. A nightmare was I got covered for. Yeah, you know what? Fair nightmares are like that. I have dreamed like of many weird things, many weird nightmares. So many to the point that like I can't count them, but I tend to have like repetitive nightmares where I wake up in the quote-unquote same universe, which is very weird. And also very trippy. It is extremely trippy. It's like I wake up and it's like, oh, yeah, I've been here before. Anyway, I'm like a very much a fan of my nightmares and all, even though I'm scared. In a sense, actually, same. I like to note down my dreams and nightmares because it's like, it gives me insight to myself. It's a certain level of insight. It scares me by now mostly because my brain says like nothing can scare me now. I almost died 15 times already. That's fair. I have very strong self-preservation. Very strong self-preservation. If like for example, if somebody tries to frighten me for fun in public, there is a good chance I will immediately turn on them and just like I will either fight or flight. I have a very quick response time. Nightmares are the worst, yeah. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Very. And also because like your nightmares can vary from person to person. Some people can have extremely some people can have very vivid and strong nightmares. So like your level of fear is definitely still categorized because at some point, like I know for some people it's like, oh, it's just a dream, you don't feel the pain of dying. But in my dreams, I don't wake up when I feel pain. I feel pain in my dreams and I don't wake up. I can't wake up. Like I can try to off myself in my dreams and I will still be stuck in my dreams as a fucking ghost. In one of my dreams before, I got into a train crash and I was still around in my nightmare as a fucking ghost. Like goddamn. And I was watching people try to solve my death while I was dead in my dream. I'm like, god fucking damn, let me out of here. Yeah, not fun. Not fun. It may seem really cool, but it's not fun. It's really not fun. My most nightmare was really just triggering, not even scary. Fair. I had a nightmare and my mom unalived me, and it ended kind of funny when I woke up. Yeah, you know, some people are like that, and it's okay. I'm glad at least your nightmares aren't to a very bad point. Is all I can say for Tetsuya. Alright, I will stretch. It's okay, Jay. Like I said, I am very used to it. I tend to have like periods of like really bad nightmares, and then like it's okay again, and then I go back to like nightmares again. Like I also remember almost everything that goes on in my nightmares, and it's hyper realistic. So like I can imagine like real people in my nightmares, and like I would not notice the difference until I wake up and I'm like, oh shit, did that not actually happen? And then I would have to like ask people like, oh wait, did you say this or did I dream that? And you're like, no. I didn't say that, and I'm like, oh shit, it was my dream. Oh, okay then. It's like I'm used to it because it like does mess with me, but like, oh, I'm aware that it messes with me, and so I don't bother too much anymore. I'm just like, oh okay, if it didn't happen, then it didn't happen. That's it. And I move on. Yeah. Made from a metal that seems impenetrable to any form of damage possible is a circular ring with jutting teeth. The item hovers near him with a faint wind chime noise emanating from it. The rings of rainbow emerge from its insides to clash at the middle. It and a ball at the very center of the gear produce a rainbow glow that is ethereal to look at. The dial is far too used to the gear's presence to pay it much heed. It's not sentient, and as far as he's tested, it can be destroyed by anything in this world. It's merely an object that is attached to him by an invisible tether, unable to leave his side or do much other than chime and wait for his calling. The gear hovers near him as he finishes dressing himself up, a purple trench coat with darker purple belts strapped to his back, a white sweater underneath and pants underneath that. As he puts his boots on last, he hears his phone ring. A cursory glance in his direction makes him sigh and head for it. He reaches for the phone, placing a finger on the screen and answering the call. A familiar face pops up. V! V! A man his age greets, an orange orb hovering over his shoulder. You saw the news, right? His response is dry, but his stomach is twisting. I did, he says. What about it? I'm starting to think something bad is going on. The man wrings his hands. There's nervous energy permeating his body. Vidal can't help but notice that. I mean, there's never been so many Lamenters disappearing all at once, and every day it seems like more and more people are vanishing to thin air. Abby, he says, speaking calmly, take a deep breath. Blonde-haired man, Abby, obeys. He inhales sharply, his entire body moving with the action. Then, he releases it slowly. Oh wait, there are runes on this thing. I know what it says though. Do you feel better? Vidal asks. Abby looks at him. I wish I could say it did, but no. He runs a hand through white forelocks, sighs, takes a sip from his coffee and then puts it to the side. You shouldn't spend your every waking moment in fear and hysteria. That's what gets us killed in our line of work, remember? The man looks at him. There's anxiety in his features that's working its way to the shaking of his hands. Vidal wonders how long he's been upset about the news. It isn't like his best friend to be overthinking things like this. I can't stop worrying about it, Abby murmurs. I can't stop wondering about what it means. It's been 10 years since then. 10 years, and yet, it's almost like it's happening again. Oh, hi Mookie, welcome back to stream. How's your day going? I'm playing some Spooktober games. If you need any content warnings, be sure to use the !TW command. Actually, I can just pull it up for you just in case you need it. I'm basically playing some Spooktober games. And these are all indie games made by indie developers for this Spooktober VN Game Jam 2022. Yeah. And it's more horror stuff, so like heed the warnings if you need the warnings. But yeah, welcome to stream, Mookie. I hope you're having a good day. I am a bit out of breath. Dude. Okay. Here, Vidal feels as if he can't say a thing. Words stuck in his throat. For 1 whole month, the news of this disappearing Lamenter population has been made prominent to the entire world. People like them, those who wield strange looks and even stranger powers because of the Blue Moon Lament, are vanishing into thin air. It's going good, what about you? Oh yeah, I'm doing alright. I'll never guess it's a horror. Yeah, actually, like, the art style is actually really pretty and it's really cute. Like, it doesn't strike you as a horror game just yet, and then I'm like, oh, that's good, that's body horror. I'm like, oh, interesting. But yeah, I am doing alright. I came back from work earlier than expected today, so we're like, oh, me and the Minnow-san chat. We're just chilling, talking about horror genre in general, nightmares, and all that kind of stuff as we play this game. We sidetrack a lot. Oh yeah, if you think I'm sidetracking way too much, feel free to bonk me at any given time. Feel free to bonk me in general at any given time. Just cancel the first part, just bonk me, and then I'll like, oh yeah, I'll get back to the actual game. I know I get very distracted. I'm going on tangents, talking to you guys. But you know what? I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy like all the topics we bring up. Fun stuff. Damn it, Jay. Alright, back to topic, back to game. The news doesn't sound real. It still doesn't. Yet, its impact is widespread. If it wasn't, he wouldn't be watching his best friend stress over hysteria that Vidal can't rationally believe exists. What happened then won't happen again, he assures the man on the other end, dropping his voice into a soft, velvety tone full of warmth and promises. If it did, we'd see the bodies. There's no way so many Lamenters can disappear without leaving behind some trace of themselves behind. There's got to be something the news is missing. We find this time, alright? Those last words seem to ease the tension strung in Abby's shoulders. The man glances up at him, nodding. He doesn't seem convinced. Still, Abby gives him a smile, and that's enough for Vidal to know he's feeling better. Oh, that's a cute sprite. Work will start soon, Abby murmurs, then checks something on his phone, sobbing at the sight of a screen with noticeable distraction. I've been assigned to the Southern District. You? He browses through his phone, pulling up a site familiar to him. A picture of someone like him with rainbow wings and distinct clothing shows up on the profile he clicks on. Underneath it, the words "Assigned to District" are placed in bold letters. I'm working in the northern one. Ooh, boring, Abby huffs, finally picking himself out of the miasma of worry that had been plaguing him moments earlier. Why do I never get assigned with you anymore? Because Miss Lament's burial CEO thinks it's funny to keep us apart. He rolls his eyes. At least, that's what she tells me. Iris? Iris wouldn't say that. Abby gives him an exasperated look. Oh, trust me, she would. It's Abby's turn to roll his eyes. Okay, Mr. Asshole. It's time for us to get going. Abby's voice is teasing. It makes something flutter in him. Then, the man seems to sober almost instantly, brushing a lock of hair behind his right ear to reveal a red and gold metal earring. At the end of it is a cat face charmed with red eyes. Abby's fingers linger on it. But, just in case, if you need to reach me or the others, don't forget to contact us, alright? I don't think I could bear it if you disappeared too. There's something heavy that lingers in those words. A burden too big for either of them to really pick apart at the moment. Vidal understands the sentiment. It's a feeling he's been having a lot lately. I won't disappear. There's no way I will. A pause. And you won't either. We want to let history repeat itself. You hear me? I hear you. White-haired man nods at that, a hand before brushing at his own ear. A beaded earring presses against his skin, light and airy but all too familiar. Do they have matching earrings? That's kind of cute. What a save. That is cute. I know in the review of the game I've seen it's like there is some romantic tension between the two characters. I think. I'm pretty sure it's these two. I think. But we shall see. Without looking at it, he can tell that the beads are purple with a cat face charm made from silver at its end. Purple eyes made from the tiniest of jewels undoubtedly glimmer in the image of Vidal's own. In fact, the man thinks it's very much intentional. Oh, wait, they have matching cat earrings that are based off their colors. Oh, that's cute. If you need me, Vidal says, feel free to communicate via our earrings. I will, the blonde boy murmurs, this time speaking from two places at once into Vidal's ears as his fingers pinch the charm beneath. Thanks. Soft, hesitant lilts that lingers in Abby's voice makes him rub at his forehead. It's hard to see his best friend look so troubled. The phone call ends. Vidal hears the other man's voice speak into his ears regardless, emanating from the earring. I'll see you at the bell tower tonight. Vidal pinches the earring. I'll see you then. Everything is fine. I don't know if that's true, Chief. A city full of sprawling skyscrapers rises in front of Vidal's eyes as he exits his apartment building and steps onto a concrete sidewalk. It's cool. The morning air bakes itself fresh into his lungs, seeping into the very pores of his being as he takes a moment to pause and observe. Overhead, several flying objects pass over him. A giant paper airplane ridden by two girls. What? Giant paper airplane? I want that. I want to ride in a giant paper airplane. Alicorn ridden by two men, one of whom has his eyes hidden behind a blindfold. Damn, you got alicorns? Damn. Magical pony flying through the sky. Someone else is gliding through the sky with magic circles dancing under their feet. That person in particular seems to be enjoying themselves, hopping to and fro in the air as they move on past. On the street, instead of the cars that might have been occupying the road 10 years prior, various entities take predominance across the blacktop. A boy riding on top of a kitsune made of light is one of the more noticeable ones, a golden yellow crystal following him. Vidal recognizes him. He's one of the Southern District's more notorious lamenters. Following behind the boy are more lamenters who are also mounted on top of animalistic beings made of light. They seem to be following his lead. Vidal thinks the lot of them are crowding the street a little too much, especially since a child riding on a giant puppet teddy bear seems to struggle to get past them. What's the difference between an alicorn and a unicorn? Oh, a unicorn is a magical horse that has just the horn, whereas an alicorn, where they both have the horns and the wings, like of a Pegasus. So an alicorn is basically a mix of a unicorn and Pegasus. At least that is what to my knowledge it is that. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah. He stretches. His golden gear hovers towards him, perhaps recognizing his intentions. Okay, so I'm assuming every Lamenter has a special thing falling around them. Magical transformation. Oh my god. Frisk, you're right. It's a magical girl transformation. Let's go. The hand reaches out to the relic, fingertips touching the rainbow loop in its center. Time to get to work. He closes his eyes. Magical transformation on. His entire body is set on fire. Inescapable fire burns through him, searing straight through his clothes, his skin, his flesh, and bones. The heat goes all the way right down to his soul. Goddamn. Are the floating thingies alive? I am not sure actually. From what we have been told from the opening, they just follow along with the whoever, and they seem to be indestructible. I think. I don't know if they're alive. Henshin. What is Henshin? He can feel ethereal flames seething through him, can feel the way every part of him is being decomposed at the basic level. His very existence burns away to become recomposed into something else. The heat broils and bubbles within him, swirling its way like a current through his very being. For suddenly, it is vanquished by a sudden cold. An abrupt chill overtakes him, his presence clashing with the flames that have now vanished. Everything dark in the world, shadows, shade, snow, ice, frost, consumes the heat that was roasting him only moments earlier. Its presence soothing as the red-hot flames previously consuming his body become frozen with a comforting cold. Basically Japanese for transform. A lot of magical girls and heroes announce that. Oh, I see. Okay. Call me uncultured, but I have not actually watched a single magical girl or heroes show at all. I think the only one I have roughly watched was Powerpuff Girls. No, Powerpuff Girls Z. That's it. I don't think I've watched any other like magical transformation show, anime or western or like. Okay, maybe Power Rangers. Transformers doesn't count. Transformers don't count. Hendrix saw something unexplainable lick at him, exchanging the clothes he'd been wearing earlier for something else. He's vaguely conscious of the way his trench coat is stripped from him, vaguely aware of the way his shirt and pants and everything but his earring dissipate into thin air, taken away by those icy tentacles of murk and darkness. Okay, it's not as like magical as what usually would think of magical girls, like shiny and all that. The description sounds pretty horrific to experience. Then he feels cold ice slick in his skin, wrapping around his neck, chest, hips, legs, feet, hands and arms and head. The freezing material even expands from his shoulder blades, rising from his backside to become brilliant wings that flap and flutter. Ta-da! Once the cold dissipates, the man opens his eyes. He doesn't have to look to know that his outfit has become something new, or an iridescent sheen paints the parts of him that aren't skin and bones. Love me some Cthulhu Magical Girl anime. You gotta love some Cthulhu Magical Girl anime. Alright, hi Esther, welcome to stream. We are fucking around. Let's go. Alright. Even if others who are passing him by gawk at his sudden transformation, surprised by the second's blink of time it takes for him to go from one form to another, he is far too used to his powers to care. As one of the many lamenters of Glass Grove City, transforming into a form almost ethereal in appearance is something he's gotten used to over the years. Many things, however, like the gear that follows him, are still quite a mystery to him. Yet, their ceaseless presence has caused him to become apathetic to the wonder over the years, a fact made true by the way he no longer blinks an eye at the extra appendages now attached to his body. White wings marked with a faint trace of rainbow colors spread out from his back. They beat up and down, levitating him off the ground. He steps forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Each time he moves, he ascends as if moving up one stair step at a time. Then, when his wings have enough power to keep him afloat, he takes flight, moving past the skyscrapers, giant paper planes, and fellow mentors riding on beasts of grandeur as he scours the city. Beneath him, a world full of life and wonder rises from the depths of the black-topped roads and concrete sidewalks mixed with the towering pillars of steel and brick that calls this place home. Dozens upon dozens of people move through the streets, some being the ordinary folks who move to the tune of a daily grind, some being lamenters who either can't or choose not to use their powers to travel, but each of them seem to have a life to attend to. Vidal, known more appropriately as Rainbow Light in the form he wears now, can't help but think that he is among their numbers. Life is blissful as it is now, serene calm overwhelming the air around him as he carries through the city, exchanging curt greetings to those who he flies by him, and offering cursory glances to those who dwell down below. He glides through the city, amethyst eyes scanning the world around him. He doesn't care to dwell in one place for long, only moving with a purpose that keeps him going from place to place. The missing Lamenta population is setting everyone on edge! Oh, music change. As he does so, he can't help but pause when he hears a voice emanating from a billboard. His wings flap, gaze caught on the appearance of a woman who is speaking into a microphone. Her long, pink hair flows behind her as she speaks, sharp blue eyes narrowing with frustration ripe and on display. As I see it, she says, curling her lips, we shouldn't be sitting complacent. Day by day, more and more lamenters are making the headlines with missing person this and missing person that. And what are we doing? Just sitting here and moving on when the very people who protect everyone from monsters are vanishing right before us. Her words are blazed with an anger that seeps from her voice. Rainbow Light frowns. If he's honest, he can understand the worry that the city is under. All around the globe, lamenters are being reported as missing. Friends, family, and co-workers all attest to such happenstance, desperately pleading with their loved ones to come home on every news channel in the world. He'd be lying if he said there isn't some part of him that grows nauseated at the thoughts that follows up from such news. In the 1 month since such stories made the headlines, it seems like he's unable to escape the looming worry that plagues his fellow lamenters. Rainbow Light can't say he believes the stories, however. He can't say that he believes people are disappearing into thin air, that the events of 10 years prior are repeating with a deviation. There has to be some rationality behind the hysteria-generating headlines all across the world. A truth that hasn't been sought by those greatly desiring answers. In other words, things just don't add up. It feels like fear and anxiety are being fed to the masses without cause or justification. Every lamenter turning up missing is turned into a story to grieve over and pity. Every lamenter who is claimed to have disappeared does so seemingly without a whim or fancy. The first group of lamenters reported as missing were just a bunch of childhood friends who vanished. They were known as hooligans, however, and apparently never got along with their families. It therefore made sense why they would suddenly up and vanish. They got fed up and left, as all children raised under uncaring parents inevitably do. The next batch of lamenters who disappeared and made headlines. An older woman notorious for criminal mischief, a kid with mismatched bangs spouting cultish conspiracy theories, a scarred-faced boy with penchant for acting out, deserved nothing more than raised eyebrows and a scoffing. It made sense why that lot would disappear. Each had the circumstance that would naturally lead them to falling off the face of the earth. Furthermore, the disappearance of lamenters has become like a trend in the meanwhile. Rainbow Light has seen himself while scrolling on social media. Influencers use such supposed tragedy to pop up interest in themselves and their content. Whoops. Friends claiming to have lost their lamented friends to the vanishing constantly preen at the pity sent their way, moaning the supposed loss of loved ones and then forgetting about them in a week. Forum posts make a spectacle of disappearing neighbours. Many are quick to fling themselves into the throes of grief, thinking their loved ones dead without a second thought to reconsider. He's cynical about the news. He's cynical about the reality of what he's being told. 1 month is a short amount of time to speculate on the supposed crises of massive disappearances after all. I need to drink water. Holy fuck. I don't know if I'm reading way too quickly. Because I have been told that I'm somebody who tends to talk very quickly. So I may be reading this faster than I'm supposed to. That is why I may be getting a bit winded. That just made me drink more water, I guess. Actually, I should pop a lozenge if I'm gonna be talking a lot. I know I've said this already, but like, I like the art of this game. It is simplistic, it's cute. And I am a bit worried, but also extremely interested into seeing how this artist, how this creator, is gonna do body horror. I kinda wanna see it. Very interested. Alright, I'm having a lozenge right now, so may sound weird, but hey. You do what you gotta do. Lamenters are known for involving themselves in fatalistic battles. It's not unknown for them to be swallowed up by monsters or stuck in a secluded place with their bodies waiting to be found dead. And even if the Lamenters aren't suffering the consequences that come with fighting otherworldly beings, it's not unheard of for Lamenters to take time off in their civilian forms, especially if no one knows who they are as a normal human being. I like it when the light-hearted styles are contrasted with darkness horror. Yeah, same. It's like, oh, this game is really cutesy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, basically. Like, what is it called? Needy Girl Overdose? Something like that? Internet Needy Girl Overdose? Yeah. I actually wanted to play that game, but I didn't have the time, nor the money, and my friend was already playing it, so I was like, oh, you know what, I'll just hear it from him. I was like, oh, okay. You can't help but chalk that up to the truth of the situation. The some lamenters have retired quietly in the face of growing concern and personal burnout. You know, I feel like these parts here are like parallel to our world with a lot of social media stuff. I don't have to say like much about that. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what we're talking about when we read it here. After all, the news never shuts up. That's another thing. His wings flutter. He rubs the back of his neck, sighing. The woman whose words elicited such thoughts from him has disappeared from view, replaced with a commercial of Lamenter-sponsored perfume. I forgot what this is specifically called, but it's like... Yeah. I forgot what it's called suddenly, but there is a word for it. The man loses interest, keeping on his path of flying as he continues onwards, intent on patrolling the city. He doesn't have time to get distracted. He needs to make sure everything is well and fine. Not a single thing can go wrong in the city. Not that it ever does. Not with him around. Save. I don't actually know if this game has any like action sequences, which is why I'm not saving as much as I was in like Panacea Rebirth, because I knew there was stuff that's gonna pop up, so I was like, save, save, save. As always, the city park is packed full of people. Even in the middle of a workday, countless people move around on hills made of grass, through a playground full of kids, and some to the swan-shaped statues that guard a small water fountain. Oh, the music! Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's cute. I like this music. It's so cute. It's upbeat. Rainbow lights lands on one of said swan statues, his feet alighting on the stone curve of its head. He takes a seat there, wings floating to his back as his legs hang over the edge. As his swans hang over the edge. Whoops. A few of the park's current residents immediately take notice of his presence. Inquisitive gazes are turned to him. Recognition glitters inside their eyes. Admiration and curiosity paving the way for some chatter. Rainbow Lights is well aware of his reputation. He's one of the more famous lamenters residing in Glassgrove City, a fact made obvious by the way many people gawk at him. However, he seems he's not the only one who has come to visit this place. Down below and walking towards him is a woman he's all too familiar with. She's as tall as him, with an outfit that borders on professional and with a gaze that is firm and proud. Arrogance embeds itself into the very fiber of her being, every step made with a confidence that borders on both beauty and grace. Strawberry blonde hair flowers behind her like a curtain, rippling behind her and falling down upon her back when she stops at the base of the swan statue. Her pink eyes look up at him, white heart-shaped pupils catching his gaze like always. She puts a hand on her hip and greets him. Vidal, she greets him with his civilian name. Are you out on patrol again? I don't remember how to do like those flamboyant voices. Yeah, I can't remember how I used to do that. I will have to get used to it again. He contemplates slipping from his perch to meet her. It would be the polite thing to do, after all. But he has no desire to pay courtesy to someone he knows quite intimately. So instead, he settles while spreading his wings slightly and waving a hand. Nothing to report so far, he says. Though I'm not exactly here to talk about that, right, Miss CEO of the Lamenters Affair Bureau, Iriz? Or should I say, Heartbell? You catch on quickly as always, Heartbell says. But yes, I was wondering if I could take a few moments of your time today. He yawns. Nah, not interested. I'm the one who pays your stipend. I think you should be interested. Technically, you pay every Lamenter stipend. He gives her a huff. What's going on this time? The government's giving you trouble again? You have Lamenters needing to be restrained for failure to comply with regulations? Or do you need some dating advice to get a certain guy to reciprocate your very, very obvious feelings? He just called her out like that. That last question gets a rock thrown at him. He dodges it with ease, a haughty smile on his lips. I'm here in professional capacity, asshole. So shut up and listen. She says those words without the bite to match her bark. You can tell by the way her lips twitch that she's fighting off exasperation. Form decently proper even despite the way she reaches down for another rock. Rainbow Light gets to his feet. Yes, ma'am. I, your childhood friend of 10 years, shall humbly sit here and listen to your every request. He takes a mocking bow in front of her. In return, may I suggest that Michi very much adores blue roses, and that you should totally give him a whole bouquet of, He gets another rock thrown at him, dodging it yet again. However, a sudden movement sees him suddenly teetering on his feet and he falls off the statue. Deserved. Deserved. Absolutely deserved. Luckily, he's had enough experience with falling off of high places to land into the ground smoothly. Wings keeping him afloat just long enough for him to land with an elegance that makes Heartbell scowl at him. Nice fall. He shouldn't step up. Nice aim. Heartbell rolls her eyes. She's smiling now. Are you going to listen to me? The woman asks. He sighs. Might as well. You've disturbed my patrol long enough. Not like you're really doing anything right now anyways, she snorts. There's a moment of silence from where she sobers. You've seen the news, right? Not you too. Rimpolite stiffens, then groans when she stares at him. Okay, fine, I have. He runs a hand through his bangs. But I don't think there's anything to worry about, if that's what you're asking. She puts her fingertips to her forehead. Somehow, I thought you'd say that. Pink eyes close, eyebrows furrowing as she mumbles something under her breath that sounds a lot like, if only you weren't so obstinate. Then, she opens her eyes to glare at him. It might sound to you that there's nothing to worry about, but I assure you, there is. And why do you think that? Because it's happening to those around us, even now. She crosses her arms, drifting past him, stopping and then glancing back at him. My people have gotten reports it's happening to Glasgow City as we speak. Already, 3 people have disappeared. He looks at her. Who? A teenage boy, a man, and a woman. She pauses for a moment. Then, and as if reading his mind, she answers the question off the tip of his tongue. The teen wasn't a runaway. He loved his parents dearly and was the last reported to be hanging out with his friends happily. Your voice for her is so good. Oh, thank you. I have completely forgotten how to do like these kinds of characters, so I'm just winging it. The man never came back from a monster hunt despite having been reported as the one who killed it. The woman has a career that she's dedicated every day of her life to, up until the moment she vanished. His wings shiver. He tucks them to his backside, furrowing his brows. There could always be an explanation. The white-haired man steps forward as he offers those words. The teen's parents could be lying to save their reputation in the community. The man could have easily succumbed to the fatal wounds and we just don't know where the body is at the moment. And have you heard of burnout? If someone dedicates themselves to their craft so deeply, it's not unheard that they might snap and refuse to associate with that which burned them out ever again. Heartbell looks him over, pink eyes narrowing. You always have the most convenient excuses, she says. But have you considered that this may, indeed, be a problem? He clicks his tongue. I think you're mistaking a correlation for causation. Rainbow Light looks at her, frowning at the way she scowls. Everyone in the news is saying that the mass disappearance is happening to our peers. But it's not the same as what happened last time. If anything, isn't this some sort of conspiracy? The woman in front of him pinches the bridge of her forehead. You're acting irrational. No, it's perfectly rational. His wings flutter in agitation. He tries to keep them still. His words pour forth like a fountain, unable to be stopped as frustration overwhelms him. Everyone keeps going on and on about the disappearance, but no one has ever found the bodies of the 2 disappeared. If they were eaten by monsters, that's one thing. We'd find the evidence. We always do. But not one of these cases has evidence of a body. If lamenters are disappearing, we'd be finding the bodies of at least one of them by now. Besides... He hovers in the air, the tips of his feet brushing the ground. Many of those reported missing seem to have circumstances that suggest reason for the disappearance. So you believe this is all some mass hysteria? There's a gnashing tone of anger to her voice, outrage seeping in the cracks of her words. That the people who are disappearing are either doing this for fame or of their own motives. I believe that exactly, Iris. He settles on the ground again. Else, where are the bodies? People don't just disappear into thin air. Besides, if they did, we'd find their relics, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we? I just realized her relic looks like chocolate. I'm sorry, but like I'm looking at it, it looks like chocolate and biscuits. I just like you said it's there. It looks like chocolate and biscuits. Like does it not look like someone put like a cookie together and like pull it apart? I'm not the only one who thinks that, right? It looks like chocolate and biscuits. She pauses, blinking. Her gaze slips to the item beside her. It's a strange object. 3 metal discs hover beside her. The top disc leaves a red ichor that leaks like blood down to the disc below it, cobwebbing strands of otherworldly material, forming a structure that looks not unlike an hourglass. Oh, is this supposed to be an hourglass? I'm so sorry, creator, if you ever see this. Chocolate biscuit. Her item, just like his golden rainbow gear every time she transforms, is one of the forlorn. Forlorn? Though, taking the form of an oddly shaped object, the forlorn are considered conduits that allow Lamenters to transform into their other selves. Okay, I got that. Many have labeled them akin to supernatural relics. They certainly act like it, tethering themselves to one human to make them a Lamenter all the way up until they up and die, at which point the relic will lose its power and become nothing more than an ordinary, albeit strange, object. Looks like a messy burger to me, no offense, creators. Yeah, handshake, Jay. Also, I'm pretty sure the creators won't be offended. I think they'll be funny. But it really does look a bit like food. Might be the coloring of it. Still very cute. I think it's cute. I have the innate urge to like, you know when you do the burger squeeze and you just like kind of like smoosh everything together and like you let all the nice gravy like kind of flow out of it. Yeah, I have the innate urge to do that to her relic. I'm like, I wanna squish it. I wanna hold it like a burger. That's true, Hatbell says, shoulders slumping. Then she runs her fingers along the silk of her neck scarf, lowering. It seems Heartbell isn't convinced. Still, I don't think it's natural, she says, stubbornness in her tone. Even if we can't find the Forlorn to prove they're dead, the rate at which Lamenters is appearing is alarming. Something must be happening. I know it is. He furrows his brow, feels his stomach twist. He's unable to answer her staring gaze. Feels like he doesn't have the words to defeat such sentiments and pretend they are not of concern to him. The woman in front of him seems to take pity on him for this. Just keep an eye out, alright? Heartbell sweeps back a strand of hair from her ears. Doing so reveals the green and pink cat-faced earring that dangles from it. Whatever is going on is beyond our understanding. Of that I'm convinced. My lozenge is breaking in my mouth. I'm crunching. Oops. He reaches for his earring, wings spreading. I hear you, he says. But I don't think there's any cause to be alarmed. Don't freak out too soon. Maybe there's something going on that we've yet to learn about. And then when we figure it out, we realize how silly this panic is right now. The woman gives a disgruntled sigh. Still, she doesn't argue. Be on your way, you, she says, and give Abby my regards. He falls off the ground. And why would I do that? He huffs. Because I know you're seeing him later tonight. Here, she smirks at him. Have fun on your little date. It's not a date, he rolls his eyes. Besides, not like you would actually know what that is. He gets a third rock thrown at him, and decides it's not worth it. Alright, I get it. He looks at her coldly, calm expression extends into the air. She can be scary sometimes. Still, he's had the last laugh. Have fun trying to confess your love for him. He's able to escape the trajectory of the rock thrown at him, just in the nick of time. A snicker rises in his throat. The fun of teasing her never dulled. She's not unlike him, after all, and despite their petty banter, they share more in common with their love lives than that of their friends. It's cute. His wings beat up and down, carrying him away from the park. Time to patrol somewhere else. Let's save. It is noon by the time Rainbow Light arrives at the entrance to the zoo. Unlike the people who stand outside the zoo waiting for entry, he has government permission to enter it at his leisure. As a Lamenter, he is free to go wherever he wants. As long as he doesn't abuse his powers and privilege, of course. Landing on tiled rows filled with animal-shaped statues, Rainbow Light tucks his wings close to him. A few passerbys glance at him. Curiosity and envy ripen their eyes. Before they hurry away with a stoic glance, definitely not intending to confront him on his sudden entry. He stretches, the wings on his back moving with him. Then, he holds out a hand to his gear, touching it as he says, "Magical transformation off." Light eats him, heat feels him, cold soothes him. In an instant, his form reverts to that of a civilian one, wings and eccentric clothing disappearing to his normal attire. Though Vidal could very well remain as Rainbow Light in the vicinity of the zoo, thought of keeping his alternate form in the vicinity of animals makes him uncomfortable. For one reason or another, the beasts that inhabit this place have never reacted well to their alternate forms of lamenters. While some animals cower at the magic that flows through their veins when they don magical outfits, others tend to get strangely aggressive. Interesting. He's never been able to figure out the reason why animals behave so strangely around his alternate form. The beasts that roam this place seem afraid of a Lamenter's second self, always reacting in bizarre ways whenever a Lamenter carelessly alights in their presence without first switching to a civilian form. He supposes there's some curiosity to be had about why lions cower at the sight of Lamenters and docile creatures like dolphins become extremely aggressive on sight. Oh. Huh. Interesting. But he also supposes that's a question without answers. Or it's a question no one quite wants to answer. Vidal sticks his hands into the pockets of his trenchcoat, meandering forward with a gaze sharp and ready. The zoo is a place usually safe from monsters. Though he's had his run in with the beast here more than enough times to remember it. Oh boy. Memories come to him as he passes cages of glass windows and iron fences. He can't help the way his gaze softens as he thinks of memories from long ago, in a time and era where everything was still new to him, and it was new to the people who joined him. In his mind's eye, he can see many things. A blonde boy pointing excitedly at a cougar. His eyes erupt with an excitement that makes his heart flutter. The blonde boy speaks excitedly of the creature, spilling his interest in all things cats to a younger Vidal in a way that sounds like music to his ears even now. Okay, this is definitely Abby. Boyfriend. Boyfriend. A girl with long hair strewn up teasing him with the suggestion of having him approach the penguin exhibit. He had protested greatly at that, unwilling to see the devilish birds with a stare that screams bloody murder. No, not the penguins! Come on, penguins are nice. They're very friendly, trust me. A boy with magenta eyes had laughed at him for his fear. Something Vidal had gotten revenge at him by showing him the local reptile exhibit. He could then chew it out for his mischief, but a vendetta was a vendetta, and if he got to be laughed at for being scared of penguins, then the other boy definitely deserved to be laughed at his fear of lizards. Oh, these are all friends, that's cute. The four of them, himself, Abby, Iris, and the last one, Michi, have been to the zoo many times before, have seen its sights and sounds to the point of extreme familiarity, and yet have continued to visit this place regardless. We should come here again soon, he thinks. Oh, we should come here again soon, he thinks, pausing in front of the sole line enclosure in this place. The yellow-colored cat stands in front of him, glowering. Or maybe I should just bring Abby with me. Just the two of us. Aw. He smells like that, warmth squeezing his heart. The lion across from him lies down in the grass, his eyes remaining on him even as it does so. Vidal closes his eyes, opens them, imagines a blonde man standing beside him, a sketchbook full of passionate drawings in his hands. He'd be sketching the line in front of Vidal, speaking with a fascination unmatched by anyone else. And Vidal would listen to him, an unsaid yearning held secretly in the cavity of his chest as he nodded along and promised he was listening to every word. He was, of course, listening to every word. How could he not? That soft voice was like ambrosia to him. It was something he could never get over of, he would never get enough of, no matter how much he tells himself otherwise. Music is pretty calm at this part. Yeah, it is. I like the music. The music is actually quite nice in this game. It's very fitting. The man turns on his heels, leaving the enclosure behind. He wanders around the zoo, keeping a gaze out for any oddities, before being satisfied and finding himself standing in the passageway made of several hedge walls. He reaches out to his golden gear forlorn, touching his cold, metallic body. Magical transformation. On. Light devours him for a moment before spitting him out as rainbow light again. He takes off into the air, intending to escape nostalgia and continue his patrol. Oh. Uh-oh. What-oh. It is not his intention to end up at the Glassgrow River. However, when an otherworldly scream kisses his ears and he sees the signs of fighting, he can't help the way he is pulled in the direction of the single river that runs throughout the city. Oh shit. Hell yeah, let's go! I like this kind of music. Let's go. Towering skyscrapers give way to stretches of grass and concrete walkways. Concrete walkways give way to rock ledges and sandy shores. Those sandy shores lead straight to the wide expanse of water that makes up the Glassgrow River. Shining waters glittering in the light of dusk as he spots the monsters stirring trouble. Yo, BGM slaps. Yeah, right? It slaps, dude. And also the art? Hell yeah. Emerging from the waters is a beast tall and towering. It is, at first glance, an otherworldly being. One that can possibly belong to any of the taxonomies of Earth's animal kingdom. Made from pitch black flesh, it's a creature somewhere between the look of a dragon and a dog. Rainbow markings circle around its neck and create wings that glitter in an ethereal, almost bewitching manner. White eyes with no soul behind them are matched by the white insides of the screaming mouth. The gigantic creature trampling the ground below as it unleashes bursts of light that explode upon contact with anything physical. Rainbow Light has seen enough monsters to know that this thing is one. Though, many of the monsters he's faced before took on a more unfamiliar form. A ball of wings, a deer with a head made from tentacles of eyes, a rock creature pouring lava from its wounds. He's not sure he's seen many as animalistic as this one before. Swooping down to the shore, the monster's approaching. He's not at all surprised to see a man dressed in blue battling the great beast. Okay, I have a feeling I kind of know what the story of this game is about, but I'm gonna keep going. I wanna see if I'm right. Azure Lion, he calls, alighting on the ground. Need a hand? Oh my god. He's cute. Golden cat ears swivel in his direction. The man looks in his direction, purple eyes glittering. Let's see. Oh no, he's cute. Yeah, well, everyone just handshake. He's cute. Cute boy alert. What voice do I give him? What voice do I give him? I don't know how to do cute voices. I would appreciate it. As your lion reaches out a hand, floating item made of triangles of light responds to the gesture, shooting red and yellow beams of luminance that pierces through the beast. Such wounds heal easily, however, earning the blonde-haired man's disapproving look. This one's a nasty one. A big guy. The one who won't stop healing. I don't know how to do cute voices. I am not a cute guy. I can't help with that. Rainbow Light reaches for his gear. It chimes, floating to him. From the gear, a rainbow liquid oozes. It seeps at a steady rate from the spear at its very center, pouring forth like a waterfall of solidified cornstarch as it bubbles and boils at his feet. Sticky and dense, yet liquidy and about as cohesive as molecules of air. All the voices you do are cute, no worries. Damn. I don't know what to say to that. Damn, Jay. Alright, dude. I thank you for the compliment. Sheesh. Okay, but to be honest, I don't know how to fucking do cute voices. I don't know how to be a cute. He raises a hand. The rainbow light gathers, moving upwards and out to create the appearance of an iridescent griffin. The newly made creature shrieks a battle cry, wasting no time at Rainbow Light's telepathic commands to attack the monster before it. I love it when you do that, Azure Lion says. It's always so cool. Let me see. I'm thinking like what voice to give, cause like I'm trying to learn more voice acting, so I want to try and make their voices distinct. Get the hang of that. Thanks for the flattery, he responds. But you have a battle to focus on. It's a brief flicker of something in Azure Lion's eyes. Something like exhaustion? Rainbow Light doesn't get time to question it, however, as the man jumps back into the action, using his triangular weapon to shoot more blasts of light. As he does so, Rainbow Light spins out more creatures from his gear. Beasts made of prismatic light manifest, each moving for grace and grandeur unmatched by the howling monster before them. The white-haired man commands each and every one of the beasts through an instinct he's developed since 10 years ago. Intuition leads the movement of his creations, his prismatic army leaping forward to tear at the beast with a bloodlust mimicking his own. The black and rainbow creature doesn't seem to take kindly to his intrusion, long tails swiping at him as it bites at the iridescent beast attacking it. He evades the attack with ease, not at all struggling with this particular monster. He's faced once before, after all, and this monster is inconsequential in comparison. Working with a man known as Azure Lion is easy. They move in perfect synchronization. He speaks working with Azure Lion's blast to corner the creature. It's kind of funny that the man named Azure Lion doesn't summon animals but uses light, whereas the guy known as Rainbow Light summons animals and doesn't use light. Isn't that cool? I think there's a funny symbolism going on here. Eventually, the beast is unable to recover its wounds. Like all the monsters he's faced before with a recovery ability, its capacity to heal itself will run out at some point. And since they've clearly reached that point, all it takes is a few more attacks on the beast before its form dissipates into shadowy bits. Nice job! Azure Lion high-fives him. You're awesome as always. And your flattery never ceases, he says dryly, getting a high-five. Still, you were just as impressive. Azure Lion's ears flick. The blonde man snaps a finger, his Lamenta outfit giving way to another one. His pupils remain looking like cat slits as he reaches for an earring on his now manifested human ears. Oh. The boy! The boy, I like his design, holy shit, I like his design. I don't know. Azure Lion, now Michi in this form, says, it feels like I haven't done much. Usually I'm much quicker about defeating all these monsters running around, but... Oh no, now he's... Okay, there's one thing I will say I like. When the eye designs are like thin, or like cat-like, I like that design. It is something I like to see. And usually there's like five Lamenters who are out helping you. Where are they today? Michi rubs the back of his neck. Something about him seems to sag. He feels a little unlike the cheery, happy-go-lucky Michi that Rainbow Light knows. Wish I knew. Haven't really seen many other Lamenters assigned to this district today. It's a bit sad, honestly. Kind of miss slaying monsters with a lot of people beside me. I'm looking respectfully. Hey, if you want to check out the creator of this game, let me find the link. Hold on. I'm getting it. This is the creator. Here. Yeah, go ahead and like, tell them that the character is cute. Nara's cute. Rainbow Light peers at him, notices the fogginess in his eyes, frowns. Are you alright? He asks. It's funny because the music is still so hype, but... Michi blinks at him. The smile on his face seems to fade. Oh, yeah. Just a bit tired, that's all. Haven't been sleeping well recently. Let me guess. The news? How'd you guess? She gives him a sheepish look. Then scratches at his cheek. I guess I've been watching too many news channels. I feel a bit overwhelmed, honestly. Michi's lips purse. Man looks uneasy. Well, if you need someone to talk to, you know you have the others and me. Light puts a hand on his shoulder. Michi glances up at him. Smiles in a way that feels almost exaggerated. I know. Blondie looks at the riverfront, eyes half-lidded. He seems to contemplate something from him. It's just... The white-haired man blinks. Just what? Michi shakes his head. No, nothing. There's another pause. Forget it. How are you? Fine. It's the same as always here, really. His friend glances at him. There's something lurking in those purple eyes of his. Something like both resignation and pity. It's strange. Michi has never shown him such a look before. One that almost makes him look as if he's barely living. He's always the cheerleader of the group. Vidal doesn't see why that should change now. Ooh, I'm seeing it. Did you happen to meet Miris today? Michi asks. The slight curl that falls on his mouth eases up in seconds. Rainbow Light blinks. Oh no, that was Michi speaking. Oops, oopsie. Rainbow Light blinks, then smirks. Oh, I did. This rings Russell. She had some things to say about you. He looks interested. About how handsome I am? He laughs. Of course. There's a faint blush on Michi's cheeks. If one didn't know him, they might mistake his rosy cheeks for a sign of straight-out infatuation. However, Rainbow Light, who has known him for 10 years, can't help but notice the way he's shyly dipping his head in embarrassment instead. The blonde man scratches his cheek. Well, it'd be nice if she actually thought that. Michi straightens. I'd love to say the same to her, that she's important to me no matter what happens. The dreamy look in his eyes is familiar. It's almost lovelorn in a way. It looks like he's full of a yearnings indecipherable to Rainbow Light's eyes. Full of a sentiment so foreign that it makes him something total unexpected. I'll leave you alone on that note, lovebird. She scowls at him. He sends it to the air, glowering. I think this is still him speaking. Make sure to take care of yourself. You hear me? And you make sure to take good care of my apprentice, Vidal. The man puts a hand on his hip. Abby looks up to you, you know. Yeah, Rainbow Light smiles. I know. Oh, there they go. Save. It's late dusk when he arrives at the bell tower. Normally, he would do his best to fly to the topmost part of the tower, landing on a balcony of wooden planks and silver rails with an elegance meant to impress. Abby is always at the bell tower before him, after all, and therefore, he almost always tries to make a grand entrance to show off to the man. Today, however, he figures a grandiose gesture isn't needed today, so Light instead finds himself walking on a cobblestone pathway to the bell tower entrance, wings pressed tightly to his back. Okay, I will drink some water. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's already 10? What the fuck? Goddamn. From his gear, he spins another creature made of rainbow light. A glittering bird made of iridescent feathers appears before him, perching on his outstretched hand. He lifts it up as he nears the base of the tower, watching it as he takes off, wings flapping as it soars to the top of the tower. There, it greets a figure draped in red. The small thing hovers, tilting its head, before it settles on the railing and grabs the figure's wholehearted attention. Once that's done, he spreads his wings and moves upwards. He does so loftily, not wanting to rush. Oh my god, the music! As he does so, a warming sight comes into view. Abby, dressed in his outfit of his alter ego, Red Nightingale, is looking at his creation with a soft look in his eyes. The man seems enchanted by the bird, looking fondly upon it in a way that sends Rainbow Light's wings stuttering mid-flight. Alright, it's gay time, it's career hours time, let's fucking go. I love crochet. Let's go. Abby's gaze turns to him, And if not for the way he spent the last 10 years of his life flying, he would have plummeted to the ground out of sheer enchantment with the way Abby looks at him. Man, he's down bad. This dude's down bad. Aw, that's a cute outfit. What a cute bird. Abby pets the ethereal creature, cooing. Is that your new way of saying hello? There's a long pause. He realizes he's staring. He clears his throat, laying on top of the railing as he sheds his rainbow light form in front of the blonde man. I just thought I'd change things up a bit, Vidal says. Did I cheer you up? You did. Abby's smile is soft. Vidal can't help the way he wants to see that smile more often, back pressing to the rails behind him. Okay, I think I can separate Abby's voice from Peachy's voice. I think I got an idea. Then he switches his gaze to the moon above. It's as white as milk, glowing for soft light that touches down upon him even now. It's been 10 years, he says, since the blue moon Lament. Fuck, I can't speak. There's a sobering silence that overwhelms them, dissipating the fleeting moment of bliss that seems to be becoming less frequent recently. Are you still thinking about your family? Abby asks, his voice quiet. There's not a moment I don't, Vidal glances at him. But I'm sure you're the same. Abby nods. They all died so long ago, yet it still feels fresh. Death is like that, he says. Sometimes I wake up believing Dad and the others are still around. It's hard to accept they're not. I keep finding myself wishing my parents were still here. That I would do anything to bring them back, Abby sighs. It's a heavy sigh. But that's impossible. Abby leans against his shoulder, looks at the man, his head falling on top of his. There's a warmth emanating from Abby. It reminds him how this man is his only lifeline in the world. Outside of his friends, his ceaseless existence is meaningless. It still feels like they died 10 years ago, that his soul left his body when he saw the body of his father and siblings lying on the kitchen table, dead by means of some supernatural force. Aww. So both their families are dead? Lamenters all carry a heavy burden. Maybe, are Lamenters chosen based on like the tragedy that they've endured? Still, the silence of the night is reassuring. Abby nestles closer, warding off the chill infecting Vidal's heart. When will this end? The man asks softly. The grief goes on forever. We're the first Lamenters, Vidal says almost absent-mindedly. You all know we all agreed to mourn those the moon took. Ooh. Abby closes his eyes. Vidal notices for the first time how exhausted the man looks. Let's go home for the day. He gently pries the man off of him, wings spreading from his back as light eats through him. Yeah, good idea. Abby holds a hand to the orange sun-like sphere beside him, transforms into a staff at the same time that orange petals manifest under Abby's feet. Two of them ascend, stepping to the sky. Abby takes his hand for a moment, fingertips brushing against his. Then they part, saying their goodbyes as they move to the places they call refuges. Refuges and not homes. Okay. I don't know. Okay, do you guys want to hear like my theory, or should I save it until like I play through the whole game? Because I am getting a solid idea of the lore, and it's interesting. Like I'm thinking it's a certain way, but I could very well be wrong. I could very much just well be wrong. Game theory. Yeah, I want to hear a current idea. Okay, cool. So like, okay, so basically, so we know that Lamenters are basically the heroes. They do magical transformations and all that, and like, I also figured that all Lamenters, they have to have gone through some sort of tragedy before they were chosen by the relics thingies. Since they were chosen apparently by what they said, and then like once they die, the relics also run out of power. So the Blue Moon Lament is an event that happened. So like, okay, assuming maybe it became a blue moon, right? And then like just something happened that killed like tens and thousands of people maybe. And it was affected by the tragedy. Maybe these relics appeared as well and like chose them because they were the ones that were affected by tragedy and all that. But now that this is happening again and the Lamenters are disappearing without bodies like being found, I'm thinking it's like, what if like certain Lamenters themselves are turning into the monsters? Or like, maybe because it's been 10 years, maybe like if a Blue Moon Lament happens again, these Lamenters, so to speak, they end up becoming the monsters, like the shadowy monsters. Like even like, cause they said it's like specifically it started off with people who were discontent with the world. Maybe because the more like jaded you feel about it, the faster maybe like the relic's power eats at you and you become the monster of the shadows in your heart. Maybe something like that. And as we can see here, we can see like Michi is beginning to get into that burnout, beginning to feel like, you know, quite exhausted. Everyone is actually being quite exhausted here, so there is like, I'm like thinking there is a chance like one of this so-called character's friends could turn into a monster and it's gonna be like angst, right? It's gonna be like, oh shit, they're becoming a monster kind of deal. So like that is my current like theory. I'm thinking about it like that because it's like, it kind of makes sense. Like it starts with the ones who are immediately the most like, they don't want to be here. And then like their relics kind of like eat at them and like, that's it, right, basically. Because it has been 10 years, maybe like choosing the relic, it eats away at you. Like if you know like, I never watched Madoka Magica, but I know generally what it is about, and it's like something like that. Maybe it's like, oh shit, it's if you don't like do the magical goal shit, you become one of the witches themselves, and it's like an eternal cycle of like getting new magical people and then like getting rid of the old ones who become corrupted and all that shit. Like that is my current idea. And Michi is probably one of those who's gonna very, very well quickly turn into one of those monsters because like you can tell like Michi is tired from being basically the hero that everyone is seeing. And he's reaching a point where he probably feels like he's losing it, I think. And I think once you get maybe physically or mentally exhausted, that the relic consumes you, like, you know, like when the power gets too big for you to control and it consumes you and you become like, instead of magical girl transformation, you become a whole ass monster transformation. Like that. That's what I'm thinking. That's my theory right now. I ramble so much about my theory that Ripple went to sleep. Alright, I know I'm boring, Ripple, but screw you, you fat bird. Alright, let's see. Cutie Ripple. Yeah, he's cute. I just insulted him for fun. Corruption. Yeah. I have a feeling it's about corruption. But we shall see. Because I feel like we've entered the part of the game where things should start happening. Everything is going out of whack. It's been 2 weeks since Vidal visited Abby at the bell tower. 2 weeks, and yet it feels like society is now crumbling apart. Every patrol he takes seems bereft of the usual Lamenter crowd. Lamenters aren't exactly a dime a dozen in Glasgow City, but neither are they a rare sight to come across either. All Lamenters are obligated per the government's command to patrol the city and keep it free of monsters at least 2 times a week. Recently, Vidal has found himself serving more time than to pick at the growing slack his peers are creating. Furthermore, what absolutely confounds him is a lack of a presence by his comrades. He's not friends with anyone outside of his friend group, but even he can feel the emptiness that comes with random strangers no longer appearing where they once did. He's not used to the loneliness, not used to the world where others like him are disappearing from his life like a warm flame slowly being withered away to nothing more than a petulant ember. Even now, as he steps through the street inhabited by beings otherworldly, he can't help the way his heart twists with the feeling of something amiss. Monsters that have always been slaughtered by himself and others are prospering, like algae blooming out of control. Monsters that have inhabited this world since the Blue Moon Lament are appearing more and more. It's almost as if there's some correlation here, that the boom in monster population worrying the public is because the Lamenters are no longer around to call them. Or they could be the ones turning to the monsters, haha, nudge nudge. I don't know, I'm just trying to buy my theory. Vidal refuses to believe that Lamenters are disappearing. They can't be. For 10 years straight, they've been appearing steadily in the world, more and more. We've seen people go from ordinary citizens to heroes who wield magical powers. But now, suddenly they're disappearing? He refuses to think that makes any sense. Irides's wings of white beat down as cold air seeps into his body. It's midnight now. The stars are shining, the moon is shining. Everything is glowing white in the dark blue sky. It's a horrible night to have a curse. He takes some reassurance in that. The moon hasn't turned blue since the day he became a Lamenter. Silver skyscrapers glow with a soft blue hue. Some are full of wounds, crumbling holes and exposed chambers making up the exterior of otherwise such protective buildings. The rise of monsters has taken a toll. Streets are upturned and the statues are shattered, and the very peace of the city, the very fabric of society itself, is restlessly disturbed even under his watch. A blue monster glittering with a pink hue and in the shape of a wolf is attacking a shop down beneath him. Its form is not hard to spot. Anything that glows unusually in the dark is not. Still, all it takes is a rapier made from his rainbow gear to slaughter it. The beast is caught easily. Its form too weak to manage to survive an attack straight through its body. It screams, but it's easily enough dissolved in the shiny particles that dissipate into thin air. I feel like that's just somebody you just killed right there, main character. Vidal. He watches the monster go, wings aching. This is his 5th patrol this week. He can't stop patrolling. Unease grips his heart. It feels like he can't stop moving, that he has to ceaselessly wander in order to appease his own growing feelings. Slaughtering monsters that helps ease his mind, but it's not enough. And when a voice emanates from his earring, he feels it's all futile. Vidal! Abby! Oh, the suddenness of the words flooding into his ears sends him halting from stepping back into the air. He recognizes that voice. Oh, it's Iris. Iris? Iris. Yeah. She sounds desperate. He winces, a hand held up to pinch the earring. Iris? Iris? He asked. What's going on? The voice full of sleepiness on the other end. Is it important? Abby asks. Iris' voice is full of frustration as she snaps. It is! Then, I can't find Michi! Vidal feels his heart drop. What do you mean? See? You see? It's lining up! It's lining up! I mean exactly what I said. The anger in the tone sends him flinching. I've looked for him all day, and I still can't find him. He's not out patrolling? Have you checked the flower garden? Abby yawns. He seems not quite awake to the situation. He sounds more musing than panic. He's sometimes there. I've checked everywhere, Iris says. Her voice cracks. I can't find him. And I don't know where to find him. And I've tried calling him, using our earrings to talk to him, but he's not responding, and I just don't know what to do if he disappears too. What do I do? My voice. She says that last word with a sob. Vidal wishes he could reach out and comfort her. Instead, he pushes the earring and says to it, Michi! Oh, whoops. The calling of one's name is supposed to automatically connect into Michi's earring. The silence that follows is alarming. He tries another avenue, rubbing the catch out of the earring instead as he says the man's name again. This time, his vision blurs. Darkness eats at his eyes, sealing them in an inky black. He panics. Rubbing the cat charm is supposed to allow him to share vision with Michi. It's a feature of the earrings hardly any of them use. It is only used if they want to share things with each other, but it's always reliable. These earrings were made by Michi himself after all. He's never known the man's creation to fail like this. Oh dear. He's not responding, Vidal says quietly. And I can't see anything on the other end. He sounds exhausted. I tried that too. Oh no, that was supposed to be Vidal. Oops. Tried that too. You can hear the tears bubbling in the voice. Not him. He can't disappear. All four of us. None of us can disappear like the others. Michi, you can't just do this to us. You hear me? Vidal pinches the earring. Reese, calm down, he tells her. He keeps his voice soft but firm, reassuring her. We'll find him. I promise. On the other end, Abby seems to have finally tossed away the vestiges of his slumber to come to terms with the situation. Vidal and I will take a look around for you. Get some rest. It sounds like you need it right now. But what if you guys? It won't disappear on you, Vidal says. I promise you that. There's a pause, and a laugh. Something bitter resonates in her voice as she says, You better keep that promise. Vidal can sense her connection to the call being cut. He tilts his head, looking into the midnight sky. Abby? He asks. Abby? He asked. You still there? Yes. I look for Michi in the north and east city districts. Can you take the south and the west ones? I can do that. Abby's voice is quiet, pained, waiting. Vidal tries to keep a smile embedded in his voice as he says, It's fine, Abby. We'll find him. And what if we don't? Frank hunters. Vidal closes his eyes. We will. He opens them. Vidal knows Glasgow City like the back of his palm. He knows Michi just as well. There's only a few spots the man routinely visits when he's not out patrolling or visiting the dwellings of his friends. Since Vidal has a sneaking suspicion Michi is doing neither of the aforementioned at the moment, there's only a few places he can check. The graveyard of Glasgow City is the city's loneliest place. Ooh. Yet, it's a place all four of them have visited more than once. Rows upon rows of gravestones fill a green field, gravestone slabs standing tall. Various names and years are inscribed into their surface. A reminder that life is not permanent. Rainbow light descends into such a quiet place with a solemnity that stills his voice. The graves of his own family members lie here. His father's body, as well as that of his siblings, rest in the space of grief and mourning. Lie peacefully, ignorant of the turmoil of the world and his own pounding heart as he carries himself past the headstones in search for another dear to him. Michi? The voice is quiet. The darkness of the world around him makes it hard to see more than a dozen feet ahead of him. Iron bars shaped in the form of gates leading through rows of the deceased, stone pathways offering guidance as he moves forward. Eventually, he finds the location he's thinking of, the graves of Michi's parents. Okay, let me drink water. I need water. For the sake of my throat, I honestly hope that the other games I'm gonna play tonight have voice lines. Have voiced? Oh god, I don't think I can handle another full reading. Well, the man has never spoken much of them, citing them as nothing more than the best guardians he could ever have asked for. Rainbow Light has seen the man kneel in front of their graves enough times to know how much they meant to him. Like always, there is a bouquet of gold and blue flowers placed on the gravestones of the people Rainbow Light has never known. The petals are withered, dry from the August heat, but the beauty of the sentiment still remains. Michi isn't here, but he's been here within the last week. There's still hope he could come back to this place to continue paying tribute to the ones who raised him. Iridescent wings spread, Rainbow Light ascends. He'll continue his search for Michi. He has to. Michi can't die on him like his own family has. Ooh. Pretty. Bright waves glittering with blue flecks greet his vision as a dewy mist creeps over the horizon. Rainbow Light hovers above the golden sands of Glasgow's beach with his brow furrowed. His attempts to find Michi are unsuccessful. It doesn't mean he'll give up. Sea water reaches out to him in curling waves as he soars over the currents frothy with foam. The ocean stretches on endlessly, taunting him with his ceaseless horizon as he clutches a hand over his heart and hopes to find Michi soon. Careening through the air, his eyes pore over both water and land as he traces for any hint of his friend. The shoreline is vast, almost infinite in this moment, but the stubbornness sends him looking over every inch of it. For all he knows, Michi could have been dragged away by a current, or fled from its reaches to higher ground, nursing a can of root beer the way he always does when the tide is too high for him to play. Many times had the four of them come to this beach to play around its deep blue waters. Each time, Michi would be insistent on wearing what he considers the best beach attire. It's cute. Or more appropriately, he'd be dressed in an odd mismatch of sandals, sunglasses, a donut pole float on his hips, and also a jacket that had got him teased for looking too old-fashioned many times before. Those memories of the world to him. He can't let them slip away. Can't let Michi slip away from him. But Moonlight can't seem to find a glimpse of Michi or his alter ego. Nothing blue exists in this place except the ocean water and the luminescent algae that lies within it. The realization haunts him. Where has his friend gone? He reaches his hand to his earring, contemplating reaching out to the others. His fingers brush against the accessory, ready to pinch it to open the line of communication. Save. And then he feels someone staring at him. It's an intrusive feeling, one that burrows its way into his skin and sends him shuddering before he can even fully register it. There is nothing around him but the ocean, the shoreline, the city, and the sky standing above. No one else prowls this area. No one but him. And yet he feels a gaze lingering on his form, one that is so eerie that it nearly binds him in paranoia. He shakes his head. It doesn't matter if he's being watched. If a person is staring at him, they can't do much to him as Lament form. And he's stronger than most Lamenters anyway, so most wouldn't try. If it's a monster, it's sure slow to approach him. He curves upwards into the sky, wings beating as he tries to go to a new location. The city park is shrouded in mist. Rainbow lights can hardly make sense of the way everything becomes unfamiliar all at once. The statues guarding at this place turning their backs to him as they rear and threaten the list's livelihood as he lands on top of the swan statue guarding the water fountain. He's getting nowhere. He can't find Michi. His voice beginning to hurt. But he can't stop shouting the name of his friend whose vanishing act has got him teetering between angry and paranoia. Michi! Michi! The white-haired man screams the name, recites it over and over until it becomes almost akin to a hopeless chant. Okay, can I just say, the writing of this game is actually pretty good. The grammar is good, and the vocab usage is actually pretty good. Like, it's nothing that is like, oh, you're gonna be like writing some really fancy document anytime soon, but it is very descriptive. It gets the description over without it being too much, I would say. Because there are times where I feel certain writings are too flowery for my tastes. But this is good. This is still curt enough. He flaps his wings, considers taking off, diving into the thick mist below in hopes that somehow it will lead him to answers. He's getting desperate. His best friend could be dying, waiting to be saved. He has to answer that call. To hope that Michi's lack of response is not because he's dead and gone, but because he's too injured to cry out and that there is some hope that a monster still hasn't gotten to him yet. Then, from inside the mist... Oh shit. What is that noise? A shriek not unlike the sound of a creaking fence pierces the silence. Its suddenness has him freezing, his entire body becoming stupefied with the shocking realization that something else is out here with him. Ooh. Something otherworldly screams from the distance. Its cry is not unlike the monster he's faced before. Yet, he can't help but feel like the wail that crawls out from the mist and into his ears is from something else entirely. By the way, that game is like a manga. Oh, it's I guess you could call it that, but actually the official name for it is visual novel. Visual novels are very popular in Japan, so I think it is common to mistake it for like just manga. Visual novels essentially are stories where you really just read in point and click form. So yeah, definitely feels a bit like a manga, but the official name is visual novels. For the most part, I believe this game style mostly originated from Japan's side, and then once technology spread online, everyone is it's become a genre of game rather. I'm not very sure. I could be very wrong because I'm thinking of it probably came from dating sims. Probably, I think. I'm not so sure. He can feel it in his bones. Whatever is out there is far different from the creatures he hunts. His breathing quickens. The realization of something unknown haunting him is fearful to think about. Surely, the shot of searching for his missing friend is getting to him? I wish I could pop another Zenge, but it's not healthy to eat too many in one go. Right, that's it. He's merely in over his head. The statues surrounding him aren't gazing at him. Nor are they waiting for him to slip up. He's just being paranoid, thinking otherwise. He better go somewhere else for now, just to clear his head a bit. Yeah, that's it. Just to clear his head. There is nothing wrong here. Rainbow Light can handle monsters. He can handle whatever this is. But he can't handle whatever this is. Something has been stalking him. Its form is pervasive in the corner of his eyes. A ceaseless shadow moving to and fro in order to embed uncertainty of his own insanity into his mind. Whatever is following him is not normal. It can't be. No human can move that fast, nor could any monster wait this patiently for prey that is so obviously in its grasp. Whatever lies beyond the mist of the flower field he arrives in is beyond his comprehension. The otherworldly screech of something quite familiar put into a voice that is most certainly not sends chills down his spine. Michi isn't here. He's all alone. Something, neither human nor monster in nature, is stalking him. How can he escape something that is seemingly inescapable? He's flown as fast as he can to escape whatever it is that's pursuing him. Has landed in his flower field to take a restful reprieve far from the gaze of the unknown, and yet landed in its midst regardless. Vidal? The call of Abby's voice ringing in his ears almost bring him to tears. Abby! His voice shakes with relief as he pinches his earring. He's incapable of speaking any other word. Abby! I'm here, Abby murmurs back. Vidal, are you being stalked as well? You too? He asks. Yes. Something is hunting me. It's gone now, and I couldn't help but think maybe it went to hunt you. Well, you weren't wrong. He gives a shaky laugh. Where are you right now? The outdoor animal park in the Western District. You know, the one where Iris once lost her stuffed animal in? The imagery of that moment, however fleeting, eases some of the fear snaring his heart for a moment's notice. Then, there's the sound of rustling flowers and he's immediately back into fight or flight mode. I think we should meet up before something happens. Agreed, Abby responds. Should we call Iris if she's in danger too? I talked to her just a few minutes ago. She's fine. I think it's us we need to worry about right now. Got it. The sound of a creaking fence closes in on him. Where do you want to meet? Wherever you need me to be. I'll come running to you. I promise. He nods at that. Thank you, he says. Then, can you meet me at... Ooh. The graves, okay. The graves of Grass Grows Graveyard are ghastly in appearance. Darkness tainted by swirling mist haunts this place. Whatever he's being chased by has pursued him to place. He's out of breath. There is nothing in the sky above. No moon shines. No stars glitter. Rainbow Light is trapped. The mist reaches too far up. He can't fly up and over anymore. His throat is tight. His legs and wings are throbbing. He's supposed to meet Abby here, in this place swathed in white and cloaked in the darkness that makes it hard to see. And yet, it's almost like it's impossible for him to find the man. As if he's being led astray in this place with no guiding light, and left to fend by himself against the unknown. What's even scarier is that his earring isn't working. He can't get through to Abby or to Iris. Michi hasn't talked to him since this whole search started. Even before then, at least. The thing that follows him seems to move just as relentlessly as his scrambling footsteps. It keeps its distance, pursuing him with a vigor that never falters and yet remains hidden in the mist. As he runs, he spins creations made from rainbow silk to that which avoids its gaze. Birds with bat-like wings stick to the skies. Lions with manes that glow too far trudge to the ground. A griffin-like creature keeps at his side, constantly circling him as he acts as his closest thing he can get to a shoot at the moment. However, no matter the number of rainbow-born creatures he creates, the thing that hunts him seems unaffected by his attacks. His creations die as soon as they reach the inside of the mist, their cut-off cries becoming the only indicator he gets of their deceasement. Moving forward into a never-ending maze of gravestones and metal bars, rainbow light continues rushing forward. Magic that sustains his ceaseless endurance is faltering along he runs. His wings have already become fraying, fatigue eating at his breath. Rainbow light will soon dissolve until he becomes his civilian self. He shudders to think what will become of him as his magic runs out. Suddenly he falls forward, fingers punching into the dirt. Rainbow Light's pretty sure he's bleeding, and as his lamented form dissolves to reveal the self beneath, he finds his body is unwilling to stand any further. The iridescent griffin that guards his body remains strong even after Vidal's alternate form vanishes into the ether. He can sustain himself without his powers. However, the moment it is slaughtered is the moment he'll have his protection no more. Fortunately, the moment comes sooner rather than later. Something blue shoots through the mist. His griffin is flung back suddenly, wailing as it is dragged into the mist. There's a sickening crunch that follows. One Vidal almost feels in the depths of his bones. Or is left completely, utterly alone. Something blue, huh? Something blue, huh, Michi? There you go. The shadow hiding behind the mist gazes at him, its form partially revealing through the mist. Dark closed eyes gaze at him, the enchanting in the worst way, drawing out the side that is too exhausted to care. The side of him that wants to give into despair is feeling and let this thing take him to the world beneath. Boy, oh boy. He struggles to remain in control, to force himself to his feet even as every part of him screams for his collapse on the concrete pathway. What do you want? He asks the thing from beyond. The shadow does not move, it merely watches him. Bold bastard! Vidal watches the thing that's going to kill him. If he's going to die, at least he'll get to see what it is that will end his life. As the mist parts around him, the thing that's been following him manifests fully. A mane made of gold bristles from a long neck. Darker blue fur spreads across the body of a being with a purple eye on its neck. Yep, it's Michi, alright. It's Michi, alright. The creature allows him a glimpse of the endlessness of its mouth, jaws splitting open to reveal teeth that stick out too far and a void that goes on ceaselessly into the creature's body. Vidal looks upon this monster with awe and terror. He's never seen a monster so ethereal like this. But he's also never witnessed a beast whose bloodlust has been contained to the way it stares upon him. He doesn't know what it's waiting for. Can't begin to comprehend that which eludes him. His exception of a monster remaining as still as a statue even as he shuffles back. How he can remain looking so lifeless, he doesn't know. However, he can sense something deep inside of him, churning at the sight of it. Puzzling feeling bordering on nausea and something else boiling in the very pit of his stomach. The beast watches him, and he is. There's a silence that cascades down upon him, deafening him until he can hear nothing more than his own heartbeat beating in his ears. He takes in a deep breath, legs collapsing beneath him. Moving with heedless disregard for the gravestones that is trampling. The gravestones of Michi's parents. It moves forward with a slowness that seems painfully intentional. Boy. This is it. This is the end. He's going to die right here. Bright light fills his vision. A warm glow not unlike the sun fills him. A man stands tall in front of him, both arms out. Generation firm and eyes made from crimson rubies. Oh, Abby's here! Hell yeah! Abby! He says. And then suddenly the despair that's overwhelmed him begins to ease. He almost feels like hugging the man in front of him. Abby, Great Nightingale. Judging by the outfit he's wearing right now, goes not to pay many heed. Instead, he points the glowing stuff in his hands at the ethereal thing before him. There's a bit of a stare down. Mist seeps forward, creeping over blades of grass, clusters of flowers, its own hands planted in the dirt below. White swallows the blue beast. Its shadow ripples, eyes watching. Then, it vanishes. Nightingale is at his side in an instant, often dissolving as Abby takes Vidal into his arms. He has Abby's heartbeat beating in his ears. It's wild and frantic, humming with a panic that Vidal is too tired to mimic any longer. He collapses into the arms that hold him. Comfort in them as his eyes shut at last. Bro, I think Michi is still aware, even in that form. Like, he didn't go to kill them. Like, you think he was just watching, like he was trying to... He's probably confused, like you're still in there, but you're trapped in there. Yeah, I think that's what happened to Michi. Vidal hurts all over. He hasn't found Michi. Well, he kinda did. Currently, he's sitting inside of his apartment, on top of his bed, wincing with pain. Abby is here with him, whispering sweet reassurances as he moves to and fro to grab medical supplies. Once he finishes doing so, the blonde man returns to his side. Then, Abby begins to dress his wounds, applying disinfectant and bandages to wounds that have torn apart in his escape. Still cute in his horrific form. Yeah, he kinda is. Kinda is. I think like the moment like we saw the first rainbow monster that they were fighting like together with Michi. When I saw that and I saw the description, I was like, oh, it seems more animalistic. But it definitely is still a monster. I'm like, oh, As it gets more and more animalistic, I'm like thinking like, oh, it's definitely probably used to be, humans, like, because they say, oh, the monsters used to just be like random, just random amalgamations. But when they become more like animalistic in form, I feel like that's definitely it's definitely hinting to something. I felt that. I was like, has to be. He probably was a lamenter turned monster. Today's escapade has turned into a night of questions. Abby's the first to voice them. What was that thing? He asked. Was that even a monster? I couldn't answer you that, Vidal shakes his head. Whatever it wasn't normal. The imagery of a blue-furred, cat-like creature watching him steers his vision. The remembrance of his endless mouth and his holes for eyes threads cold into his flesh. Goosebumps break out on his skin. What if that beast was the thing that got Michi? There's no evidence to suggest that, yet his mind derails on that train of thought anyways. He wonders if the beast is hunting Lament like himself, prowling in the shadows of mist and midnight in order to pursue and terrorize his victims ceaselessly. Had Michi come upon his visage as terrified as he was? Had the creature stalked him the way it had Vidal, thinly veiling his bloodlust as his gaze never left him? He's not sure he wants those answers. Doesn't want to know if Michi's alive or dead for fear of knowing the truth. As long as he doesn't know, he can't be certain. And as long as he isn't certain, he can't be hurt by the implications that follow. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. Abby's hand lands on his shoulder. He looks up, realizes he's been trembling, cracks a smile that's unconvincing, but Abby mimics it anyways. Here, the man said. Here, the man says, passing a cup of warm milk into his hands. Take it. Vidal accepts the offering, nursing it. There's almost no taste to it. He thinks his mouth has gone numb. Still, he drinks from it until he's sated, placing it aside and letting his eyelids flutter. I'll be here, Abby murmurs as he slips onto the bed. There's no discomfort to be had by such closeness as the man lays down beside him, blonde locks brushing Vidal's white ones. So, go to sleep. You're safe now, I promise. He believes in Abby's words, and so he sleeps. Oh boy. Dreamland is quiet, soft, fuzzy. Rainbow iridescence glitters in Vidal's dreams. An ethereal space just for him glows and beckons, inviting him into its arms as he traverses forward. Pain doesn't exist here, nor does misery. There's only a contentment that follows, one that seeps into his very bones until all he does is hope that is bliss in a world that seems deprived of strife and fear. A sweet melody soothes his soul, played by the invisible hands of someone out of view. Musical chimes peal in the air, soft notes wrap him in a blanket of comfort, allowing for him to ease into their reaching hands as he is overwhelmed by something unexplainable. Suddenly, the sound of coughing penetrates his ears. It's loud and obnoxious, dissonant to this paradise and otherwise unholy in this place of peace and happiness. Vidal opens his eyes, turns his head. Abby? Abby? Lies beside him, gripping into bedsheets as his eyes go wide with a glaze unnatural off him. That coughing sound oozes like oil from his mouth, slick and unwelcome as Vidal seeks to return to the quiet contentment of the paradise he is being pulled from. And Abby quiets, falling into a slumber so peaceful that Vidal is almost certain it's made up the imagery in his head. Soft musical notes embrace his face, pulling him downwards. He escapes into a void of rainbow light. Reese has gone missing. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go again, boys. Here we go again. Oh boy. Reese has gone missing. They can't get through to her. Vidal has tried to get in touch with her several times already to report their findings of the beast since morning. Lack of response to their communication is severely troubling. Rubbing the cat charm does as much as pinching as it does. Louise doesn't respond to them with words, nor can they use her vision to see where she's at. This fact alone is unsettling. Michi has already vanished into the ether. Vidal doesn't know if he could stand losing her too. Abby seems to be thinking the same. Let's go look for her, the man says, stepping onto Vidal's balcony, shifting into his red nightingale form as the moon is overhead. She might be in trouble. Vidal nods, touching his gear to transform into his alter ego. Save. Once the transformation finishes, he joins his best friend at the balcony, spreading his wings. Let's go, Abby murmurs, and hope we're not too late. His voice sounds full of defeat. The news is plastered everywhere. Michi's face, the face of the azure lion, haunts billboards made of pixels, his brilliant smile marred by the question mark scratched onto his face. Many news reporters are in a panic at the vanishing of one of Grassgrove's most beloved lamenters. The hysteria and fear that has been infecting the city seems at an all-time high, a fact made prevalent by the way the streets are full of chatter about monsters and vanishing heroes. Rainbow Lights can't deny it no longer. Something is happening to the city, to the lamenters, and if he can't figure out what exactly is happening, then he may just lose the last friend he has left. Oh boy. However, Red Nightingale has rapidly begun acting strange since they left his apartment. It's as if a disease has abruptly taken hold of him, spreading like a virus to destroy the familiarity of this person. Oh boy, let's go! Everyone's alright. Everyone that Vidal knows and loves for is gonna turn into a monster. Gotta love life sometimes. Oh, this poor lad. Abby's eyes, which are normally so full of timid joy at best and cold fear at worst, have faded to something eerily apathetic. His words, which Rainbow Lights has always known to be the reason he remains strong, are faltering into quiet pleas, his warm voice fading into something cold. If only I had stayed with Iris, Abby muses with a creaking voice as they crisscross through streets. If only I had been with Michi before he disappeared. None of this. Rainbow Lights can't say anything to dispute those words. He, in fact, has been infected with the same line of thinking, blaming himself on what-ifs and if-onlys that seem meaningless now. Still, the words of his best friend scare him. Okay, before we continue, I need to take a break. I am gonna take a little break to use the bathroom and I'll come back in a hot minute. Give me a hot minute. Thank you for the stretch, Jay. I shall stretch. Okay. Okay, you know what? I am gonna just take a 5-minute break on stream. No, like literally. We can just chill and chat for a little bit. Cause I just wanna take a 5-minute break to recover my voice. But yeah, actually, chat. I wanna hear. What are your thoughts so far about the game? What do you guys feel about it? I got a bunch of water as well now, so like, I'm good. I'm gonna be good for the rest of the stream. I refilled a whole carton of water. Oh boy. What are my thoughts? Well, one, I think the writing is really good in this game. There is an ample amount of written foreshadowing that I've noticed, which is why I have managed to get theories out. And art is cute. And it does definitely serve the vibe for sure. It's great. And like in terms of like writing skill as well, I do agree. Like the vocabulary usage, good. I don't mean to compare, but I mean it in a sense that like it is able to be at a higher level than most other games I have seen, while still being curt enough and good enough to be understood by the same audience. Essentially, it's just a little bit of a step up, but it still is very understandable and easily digestible to the general audience. Not saying that anybody uses like simple English is bad. No, that is far from what I'm saying. Because actually, I myself use a lot of simple English when I write stuff. Because I am focused. I'm somebody who's more focused on like the full length of story than being able to use vocab. Obviously, something that I like with this creator is that they are able to use. They have a better usage and grasp of vocabulary that actually adds to the story. Because there are certain times when I read stuff and I feel like it is being too flowery. Like there is too much description going on and not enough of me like actually understanding what's happening. It's like you can take like 20 words to describe the color white, and it's like at that point you've lost my attention. That is kind of what I feel sometimes. Tend to think simple language is the best to be able to communicate to the most amount of people. Yes, exactly. Which is why actually a lot of the times quote-unquote children's books are actually have a lot of adult themes to it. It's just using simple English, which I don't think which I think is like, you know, fair. Like, yeah. But at the same time, it is a skill to be able to have higher grasp of vocabulary and still be able to write it in a way where people can still digest it. Obviously, let's say if you're not as well versed in English vocabulary as the next person, you may not understand the more subtle nuances of this game, but it is still subtle. It's still peppered in nicely. It is not overly done. Also, you can probably hear that my voice is very much dead. But we will continue. I'm trying not to talk too much right now, so I still have some voice left in me because I still want to play the 2 other games. I am definitely moving past midnight for my stream. I have prepared for it. I actually didn't expect this game to be so long, actually. Like, sure, maybe we spent the first like 10-20 minutes fucking around and just chatting together, which is fair. But even then, to have it almost be running like an hour plus longer, I'm surprised. I thought this game would be shorter. Not in a bad way, but I thought it would be shorter in general. but it's longer, and it is a pleasant surprise. Whenever I say I think something is longer than I thought it would be, I usually mean it in a good way, cause I tend to go into most of these games thinking like, oh, okay, I kind of know the general storyline of what it is gonna be, and I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of know like, okay, this would be the intro, this would be the body, this would be the climax, and this would be the conclusion, right? So usually with that thought process in mind, I kind of find like, okay, so this is how I think generally they're gonna wrap up the story. But this story has a lot more foreshadowing, a lot more nuances there, and a lot more time of us spending time with the characters. So we actually get to learn more about them. We get to actually learn about their stories, which is a very pleasant surprise, a really fun surprise. Because we actually get, there is more connection to the story. It's not just a story that we're connected to, we're also being treated to the characters, which are, in this case, a very important part of the story. We get more characterization. Therefore, we took more time to actually get to know the characters, which is great. Very much good. Actually, I know, like, whoever is here, I did mention on my Twitter that actually for the end of October, I actually have something planned. I can just tell you guys now. It's like a quote unquote surprise. Mostly for like the creators, but I basically plan to make a PowerPoint slide about all the games I have played, and I'm gonna be putting it. I'm gonna be explaining it on stream, and then I will be putting it on my Twitter, essentially. So I'm gonna make a PowerPoint slide. I wanna talk about everything I liked about all the Spooktober games that I have played. That sounds fun. Yeah, for sure. I want to do that because I actually have a lot of thoughts I feel I haven't communicated through streams yet. Like, I have so much to say about Elevator Hitch. I have so much to say more about Panacea Rebirth, even though I talked a lot about it already. I also have a lot to say about Crowing. I have a lot to say about what's I played? Gospel of Eve. I also have a lot to say about what was one of the ones I did play? Oh fuck. Where are my stuff? Hold on 1 second, I accidentally closed all my shit. Whoops. I have them all here, I just need to click the button. I closed everything instead. Oh yeah, V. Yeah, V. V was the first one I played. I wanna talk about all the games I've played so far. I have a lot to say. And I wanna put it out, and then I'll put it up on Twitter. So basically that yeah, people can so that the creators can kind of see what I've been thinking about it. Yeah. I think it'd be a treat, mostly for the creators. I want to do it for the creators. I want to do it for them, like give them something to be like, oh, this person liked this about my game. And also, it could also be there to provide feedback. I'm not gonna comment about anything regarding programming. Like anything that requires programming, I'm not gonna say, because I know programming is a bitch, and that is technical skill. At that point, I'm not gonna talk about technical skill. I just want to talk about the stories, the ideas that they had. Because to create it in a month, obviously there's going to be some technical difficulties unless you have a full team or you're very experienced. So I'm not going to care about that. I'm just going to care about what story you have given me as a treat. Okay, let's continue. We should just give up, he says. They're dead. They're dead by now. Wants to be angry at Red Nightingale for stating such words carelessly. Instead, he can only watch as Red Nightingale suddenly descends to the ground, his wings allowing him to join the man on the riverfront as of grass grows edges. Red Nightingale is moving strangely now, body jittering with an energy Rainbow Light can't put a name to. Oh fuck, wait. Oh, we're gonna go right to the transformation, aren't we? Oh boy. red-cloaked man is stepping forward like he's a puppet on strings. "Abby," he asks. It's pointless. Abby's eyes are lifeless, cold, empty. They remind Rainbow Lights too much of a corpse. His best friend stumbles forth. The white-haired man follows, pursing his lips. "What is?" "We should give in." Now Abby's voice sounds detached from his own sense of self, as like he's no longer listening, only speaking out loud as if to monologue whatever damn thing is happening in his head. It's escalating fast, honestly I'm not complaining. we're getting there. "They're gone now, but he can join them." Rainbow Light's expression distorts into puzzlement. "Join them? Join who?" Panic seizes his words, a flame of hysteria gurgling in his throat, burning, nursing from the oil of his fear, before it explodes all at once as Phoenix's cat bird culminate in his next words. Abby, you aren't making sense! Please make sense. I don't understand. Why are you suddenly acting like this?" Oh boy. Oh boy. White mist greets them, obscuring Rainbow Light's view. Yet, Red Nightingale seems undeterred by such obscurity, merely pressing forward with arms out as if welcoming the mist into his embrace. As he does so, Rainbow Light somehow is unable to keep pace with him. Trapped behind him as Abby's crimson form becomes nothing more than a silhouette in the mist. However, the silhouette crafted from the shape of his friend suddenly begins to change. From behind the white curtain, his friend's form twitches erratically. The sound of grinding bones follows. Rainbow Light presses forward, his breath caught in his throat as Red Nightingale unleashes a shriek. It's a human-like cry, one full of pain and agony, grief and mourning, but it quickly becomes turned into something more bestial in nature. Red Nightingale's form twists and pops, sharp pellets exploding from his shoulders as he stabbed into them. Rainbow Light pauses in his tracks, unable to continue forward as the sight before him becomes more and more distorted. The silhouette he knows as his friend is now being corrupted by the mist into something that appears eldritch in appearance, an elongated form stretching from the human body as if shaped by inhuman hands to become something else. The thing that has taken the place of his friend flashes red eyes at him. He takes a step back, his voice caught in his throat as he asks, "Abby?" Boy. Something that is not Abby emerges from the mist. It is a creature with no name, a monster with no distinguishable form to remind him of anything of. It is crafted from eerie red fur, sporting a body that stretches to the thin tendrils of his tail as crystalline spikes shoot out from his skin, licking an ichor that reminds him awfully of blood. Twin eyes rest on either side of his head, the pupil of a goat lurking in the depths of blood. Ribbon-like appendages sprout from his head, waving like antennae as the beast approaches him, flares of light surrounding his feet and making up the tip of its tail. From behind the beast that has sprouted from his friend is two others. One is that which he's encountered before, the fur-laced cat-esque monster whose movements have caused him much fear and paranoia. However, beside it is a monster he's never seen before. Oh man. A four-legged thing with a head reminiscent of a pterodactyl approaches. On the top of its face is a giant pink crystal. Two wing-like things sprout from its cheeks, fluttering with every step it takes. A long tail made of hearts whips behind it, a gentle bell-like noise emanating from its body in such a way that it feels shivers down its spine. This looks a lot like this is basically their relic. I think every part of their design has their relic embedded into it. However, what catches his attention most about the pink creature are the discs that make up its neck. Each disc seems to be free-floating, hanging in the air as if defying the weight of gravity. However, what is more alarming is the strands of that ooze from his head to his body like mucus. Thick red threads lace their way like blood through the discs, some of them breaking free to reveal hearts at their tips. The sight is nauseating. It reminds him too much of Iris's Forlorn, one she's always using to fight off monsters in an alternative form. Okay, that actually looks unsettling, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is unsettling the way. Like, actually, this is the one that's like least unsettling to me. But like, honestly, they're all like really cool but fucked up. But they're all really cool. Wait. If Abby has become the grotesque red monster in front of him, then maybe... He looks at the blue monster and the pink one. They circle him alongside Abby's corrupted form, moving with an intent he only now seems to glimpse. Mitchie. Reese. He breathes the former name of his monsters, somehow recognizing them as the ones he called his friends. The monsters all pause, gazes staring into him. They seem to be waiting. Waiting for what? Is he gonna turn? Is he gonna turn? I'm actually I wanna see if he actually turns. Something stabs into his back. A vivid pain overflows into him. One that feels like the worst poison possible seeping into his skin. He coughs, spits out saliva onto the ground as he falls upon it. Sand brewing into his mouth. Yet he cannot fight whatever has overcome him. Oh boy. Oh boy. His entire body writhes. Still, he manages to twist around to see an unnatural sight. His back has shot upwards. The rainbow gear that has always been at his side since 10 years ago planting itself into his skin. One of his golden metal teeth sinks into his back, distorting it upwards as he cries out in agony he's never felt before. His skin blackens, his uniform dissolving from his body as his hands transform into claws. Oh, it's rising. Oh shit. Rainbow marks carve themselves into his arms and legs. He hears a claw down off his skin, but to no avail. Something white slips over his head as he elongates, hardened like molten metal as his form is stretched forth. His vision blurs. He can't see, but he can feel the transformation affecting his body. It's pain and misery, heat and cold feeding all at once into him as something out in nature twists his body into its liking. He feels like a puppet that has been placed onto the main stage, the three monsters he senses watching in the audience to this twisted show. His mind is slipping. He can hardly make sense of anything. The poison that burns in his body makes it so. He's nothingness, all that to once. The embodiment of something so apathetic that his own misery is but a part of him that he couldn't care for anymore. Then, as if rewarding the man for his suffering, a gentle bliss overwhelms him, and he is reborn under the light of the blue moon. Oh boy. This is a cool design. Holy shit. I say it in the game just like... Okay, I guess that was the end. I think... Is that the end? Okay, it is the end. I managed to save it on the literal split second that the game ended. Holy shit. Then I was at the end. Yeah, I think it is. Man, I have so many things to say about these games. I have so many things to say about this game, but I want to save it for the PowerPoint slide. Because if not, you will be here for the next like 2 hours listening to me ramble. And I'm not gonna be able to play the other games. Blue Moon Lament. Okay, so I was right. Can't wait to hear all your thoughts. Ah, thank you, Jay. It is a fountain of thoughts. I can share some of it, but right now, the pretty cool story. Yes, I agree. And not only just that, the designs were great, but also about the story. I feel very much so that this is symbolic in a way. This is very much symbolic. I can feel it. I know it is symbolic. It is definitely symbolic. I feel it in my bones. But also definitely more of a fantasy twist. But there is a bit of symbolism in there. The ending did feel kind of abrupt though, but that's just me. A little bit. I guess a little bit, but some of the other games I have played, the endings were a bit much more abrupt than this was. I feel like it is supposed to just end on the fact that he turned into a monster and is left up to interpretation. I think that is the intention of the ending here. So it is abrupt, but I think it is on purpose. It is on purpose. It is meant to unsettle you and just like shock you out of it. It's like, this is the end of the story. Or bam. May or may not have worked. We'll see. I'll think about it. But yeah. Holy shit. How was that game? Cool. Okay. Wow. Nice. Okay. My throat. My throat. Lord. was nice. And once again, plug this here to go check out the artists when you can. Holy shit. Okay. I am gonna swap to the next game. Cause I didn't expect this game to take so long. Because that's why I kind of planned for that to actually be like 3 games. 3 games tonight. So I wanna gotta quickly get through. I have so many thoughts to say about this game, but for the most part I've already said it. Like briefly, but I'll go in depth. I think this is definitely symbolism of something. Like, okay, it's a very like these stories are the kinds I like where you put so much pressure on heroes to be heroes. The foreshadowing where you just pour everything onto Lamentus. You don't like onto heroes, onto them, and you just like become like distant, and then it warps. It will warp what these heroes think and feel, and then they themselves become the things you all hate, because essentially at that point it's like because they're sick of being abused by the public, essentially. Then they become the things that the public, that basically the things that prey on the public themselves. They become part of the problem, because like as long as they are around, the public's not gonna change. So kinda, yeah, like if you think about it in like social media sense, right? You can think of like these lamenters, these heroes as I mean, you just think of them as heroes essentially in like real life terms. You can think of them like celebrities or like, you know, like heroes, whatever. Think of like general superhero stories, right? You can just like you know, like what the girl was saying in the news bulletin in the first part of like the first act, which is what gave me a tip off that this was gonna be the ending, because the foreshadowing in this game is really good. I'll just say that. That for the most part, people are just living their lives. They're just doing whatever they want, and they're just like, oh, monsters. All right, Lamenters, help us. And then they're like abusing the fact that Lamenters are like disappearing to like gain following, gain traction, and like gain pity and all that. And like they don't actually care for the Lamenters. Like, because if people actually cared, they would realize the Lamenters are tired, but nobody realizes because everyone is just so busy. Like, oh, you're expected to do this. You just gotta protect everyone. Just protect everyone. And eventually they're gonna get tired because they're just being abused. They're less being seen as people, and they're just as objects. So that's where the dehumanization comes from, and they turn into monsters, because they don't feel as real people at all. Another part that tips me off about this is that they turn when they start feeling very apathetic. We saw it in the POV of Vidal, and we saw it with Abby turning more and more apathetic, and also Michi a little bit. Once they grow completely apathetic to the world around them, heroes are not gonna do anything. Like, heroes are heroes because they want to help the world, they want to save people. But when their heroes have turned their backs on you, that's essentially what happens here. They turn into monsters. They just turn into things that lurk in the corners of your mind. They may not attack you, but they're just there, and they're not like. And because they are strong, they could end you in one fell swoop. But they just choose not to. They just grow apathetic. They just don't know what they just don't care anymore. So that is what warps a hero. When a hero no longer cares about the people they try to protect, that's when they become a monster that is just there to bear its fangs and enact killing for the sake of justice. Because justice is a weapon. Justice does not save anyone. It is only a weapon that can be enacted upon other people. Be evil or be anything that opposes the law. That is what justice is, and that is what I feel like is a bit of symbolism here and there. But yeah, that is like roughly my thoughts on the matter. I'll probably like put it in bullet points or some shit in a PowerPoint slide another way. But yeah, this is Blue Moon Lament. I liked it. I'm gonna swap to Corvus Clueless in a bit. And by a bit, I mean like probably right now. How do I do this? no, why you small? There you go. That's what you mean the game was good. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Actually, you should we should be thanking the creators for creating this game. Like, I saw that this game wasn't getting much traction really, and I was like, no, I want to give it a shot. It sounds good. And I'm glad I did. You guys, okay, so now we're gonna play Corvus Clueless. This is, from what I saw in the reviews, it's actually a pretty short game. It should be a pretty short game. So hopefully we get to play the other one I've been looking forward to. Fuck, I forgot the title of it. Whoops, let me just check something. Okay, cool. It's working. Yeah, Corvus Clueless has yeah. It has no content warning, so we're all good with it. What was the other one I wanted to try out? A Fantastic Wonderland. Yeah, I want to try a Fantastic Wonderland, so I'm gonna hope we can get through this pretty quickly. But we'll see. Seems like a very cute game. So let's try. Please have voice acting. Please have voice acting. My voice is dead. Duke Detective Agency. Thursday, 8 a.m. Mr. No, would you please bring me some more tea? And today's newspaper as well, while you're at it. Of course, sir. Would you like to read the stock market headlines first? Or should we start with me reading the cartoons to you in funny voices? Tetsuya. I thought this was gonna be voiced. I made a mistake. What cartoon is it today? It's the one with the dog. The one with the hilariously small dog that always chases its own tail? Yes, I love that one. It's always so... No, it's the one with the intimidatingly big dog. Let's start with the local news then. I figured as much, sir. Here you are, the Blurrington Post. I will continue making your tea now, sir. Thank you, Mr. No. It's okay, at least there's a lot less reading here. It's just dialogue. I don't have to read third person text. Bleh, I forgot what it's called. Let's see. Underworld Tourism Program, UTP has officially begun. Mayor Blobbett welcomes the first tourist group from Blurrington's underworld twin town, Sharpsdale. On this cultural exchange, a popular holiday from the underworld named Halloween will also be celebrated in Blurrington. The ceremony will be led by Mr. Grimford, Mayor of Sharpsdale. Oh. Fascinating. I've never met a person from the underworld. I heard don't drink tea, which is a shame. Instead, they enjoy drinking a hot beverage called pumpkin spice latte. You know, I don't know what to feel about this. Because it feels so meta, but also kind of cute, but also I'm like, I don't know what to feel about this. It's like, it's like, I don't know what to feel, I don't know what to say, I don't know how to explain this. It's like I want to relate, and also it's like, it's so funny, it's like parallels. I don't know, my brain is not working. Well, latte means milk, and I consider myself a well-versed connoisseur of the dairy-based delights. I highly doubt we will have any problem with cultural differences. No problem at all. So, what's next? Let's see. What's the meaning of this? This cannot be. No! You called, sir? The tea is not ready yet. No, I didn't call. It is good that you're here now. Mr. No, do you remember the advertisement I asked you to place in the newspaper? Yes, of course. There's something wrong with it. Well, see for yourself. Duke Detective Agency, the best private investigator on Victoria Street. Don't be a dog, let the cat solve the case. I can't see anything wrong with it. It Looks exactly as it should. I feel Duckworth's irritants at the racism. Keep reading, Mr. No. Let's see. There's another ad that looks strikingly similar. Indeed. Crowley Detective Agency. Best private investigator on Victoria Street. Don't be a cat. Let the raven solve the riddle. Oh. This is not right. There can't be two best private investigators on Victoria Street. Mr. No, you're missing the point. They copied our advertisement. That is not all. Their ad is 10% bigger than ours. Even has a hot foil printed headline, fancy holographic effects. Oh, you're right, sir. I can see my Risco's reflection in it. It shines with all the colors of the rainbow. Exactly, Mr. No. Now you're getting it. This treacherous raven is taunting us. We need our own holographic effect. I will contact the publishing house immediately. Good. And make it 20% bigger. We will teach that foul bird a lesson so that everybody will know who's the best private investigator on Victoria Street. Yes, sir. Oh no, I forgot. The tea! Crowley Detective Agency, Thursday, 10 a.m. My throat. This fish is dehydrated. Oh my god, axolotl. Charlotte, oh my god, it's an axolotl. Hi. You're cute. Good morning, Miss Josephine. I saw a lot of strange people in the streets on my way here. Good morning to you, Charlotte. Oh, that must be these tourists everyone is talking about at the moment. They come from the underworld. I'm just winging your voices, by the way. That explains why they're behaving so strangely. They took a lot of photographs of really boring things, like food or street signs, and they're wearing very strange clothes. Oh, that's interesting. We shouldn't stare at them. That would be rude. We would have to make a good impression. Speaking of which, have you seen how our ad in the Burlington Post turned out? It looks absolutely gorgeous. The hot foil printed holographic headline is such a nice touch. A nice touch that calls out the money we made of our last case. Well, you're right. The sacrifices have to be made, I guess. Look at how shiny it is. Fucking ravens. I relate to this. When I see shiny, my brain goes shiny. I also noticed that Duckworth's ad is worded very similarly to ours. What a coincidence, right? I guess great minds truly think alike. Ha ha ha. I have no problem sharing the title of Best Private Investigator on the street with that little kitty cat. I mean, if he has a problem with it, he could just move to another street. I also like the shiny. Yes, we all like the shiny. Bird brains. Shiny brain. The Crowley family has a rich history of the most formidable private investigators, and the humble office on Victoria Street has always been our home. Everybody and their great-grandmothers already know who's the best. When Duckworth started his business here, he knew very well there would be competitors. We had to show him that we won't give up so easily. I see. You're very sneaky. A detective needs to be sneaky. By the way, have you seen my notebook? I always forget where I put it. What if a client shows up any moment and I can't solve the case because I lost it? That would be devastating. No, I can't remember where you put it. But you know what? Finding lost things is kind of our job, so I think we'll find it. Oh, you're right! Let's do some detective work as a warm-up exercise. Side case, the Raven's notebook. I am going to die. Investigate the crime scene. Click on every object that was curious or suspicious to examine it. Snoop around until the detectives come to a conclusion. Yes! Fuck around and find out time. Lots of clues from an old case. The mystery of the missing key. That was a tough one. Who would have thought the missing key was actually a piano key? The pianist hid it herself, because she didn't want to become a famous musician like her mother was. What a sad story. Hope she's able to live her own life now. I heard she works in a factory now. What do they manufacture? Keys. Oh no. A chandelier made of brass and opulence. It's a bit decadent. It's not very likely I put my notebook up there, is it? Well, you never know. I've seen you do weirder things. Fair enough. But no, not this time. Bird. A portrait of Posef Crowley II. He died 100 years ago, but his looming presence still haunts this portrait. Maybe we should consult old Posef if he has any clue where I put the notebook. Speaking of ghosts isn't as common in my family as one may think. We've always had a connection to the occult. You know something I just want to point out, if somebody doesn't get the name of like what Posephine is supposed to be a pun of, it's a pun of Edgar Allan Poe. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. He seems like a predecessor. I can see a lot of things from his spot on the wall. Can you help us out, Mr. Crowley? Who dares to interrupt my slumber? And why does my beak look like a cucumber? I call that painter, but I lost his number. It seems like he's busy feeling eternally insecure about his portrait. Did you just speak in rhyme in a spooky voice? I never do something as silly as that, haha. That's funny. The Crowley family crest. Looks just like me, right? The resemblance is uncanny. Does your notebook have the same crest on it? Yes, I stitched the cover all by myself. Do you want a family crest too? I know someone who sells these. Sounds nice. A crest that looks just like me, haha. What's this? We have to gather clues about where I put my notebook. But if we don't find any clues? Well, if that's the case, we have to mindlessly look everywhere. Roger. Click on everything. Yes, I am trying to click on everything but a proper location to look for it. A clock that stopped ticking long time ago, but it still serves its purpose, looking old and collecting dust. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This reminds me of a puzzle about time. Great, I love puzzles. I love puzzles too. It went like this. A train left the station at 4 in the morning. Wait, wasn't there something we're looking for? Oh, the notebook! Yes, let's keep looking for the notebook. Tea. A cup of tea that got cold because someone forgot about it. A good detective drinks the tea without milk. But I like milk. A good detective drinks their milk without tea. That's better. Yeah, it doesn't help us with the notebook though. Okay. Oh, they got new dialogue? Okay. I think I got everything. Okay. Oh, wait, books. Some books about criminology and crochet. Yes! These are books! Does a notebook count as a book? I think it's a different kind of book. Because a book like these would be here and that would be too simple. So simple, the mere thought of it makes my brain hurt. Let's look somewhere else. Right. Okay, I've clicked on everything else. Okay, time to actually check the table. Every private investigator needs a desk to get the paperwork done and to look extra professional in front of clients, of course. If I was an organized person, the notebook would be right there on the desk. But me being organized is only a show for the clients, so they don't think I'm incompetent. You can be unorganized and good at solving cases at the same time. I'd even say being unorganized is the perfect training, but the clients don't understand this, so we have to keep it secret. My lips are sealed. Ah, I can see clearly now. As a great detective once said, you checked everywhere, The thing you're looking for is in the place that you forgot to check. It is genius, Miss Josephine. But where did you forget to check? Josephine's pocket. It's been in my pocket all along. Seriously? Should have been the first place we checked. Yes, but we didn't. Maybe we can remember it for next time or something, I don't know. That's it. I'll write it down in my notebook. Now that we've got my notebook back, all we need to do is wait for clients to show up. Exactly. I bet they will show up at any moment now. Yes. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. And what luck! At the very moment they hear someone knocking at the door. Oh, thank God. Please come in. God. It's Blobbert. Look at him. Holy shit, it's Blobbert. Holy shit, it's Blobbert. I fucking love Blobbert. He's an absolute lad. I would die for him. I fucking love him. He's so fucking cute. What an absolute fucking unit. So funny. Okay, I've had enough of looking at Mr. Blobbert. Mayor Blobbert. Good morning, ladies. What a wonderful day, isn't it? Oh, Mayor Blobbert. It's always a pleasure to see you. What brings you here today? I'm afraid I'm in need of your services. But first things first. It seems like the mayor didn't come alone this time. Who is our other guest? That's right. Please come in, Mr. Grimford. No need to be shy. I wonder who that is. Grimford. Where have I heard the name before? Oh. Oh. Well, this is Mr. Grimford, the mayor of Blurrington's underworld twin town, Shopsteel. I'm sure you've read about little tourism program in the news, haven't you? Oh, hello, Mr. Grimford. Nice to meet you. Miss Josephine, don't stare at him like this. That's rude. I'm trying, Charlotte. I'm trying. No need to be afraid, ladies. Mr. Grimford may look a bit, let's say, imposing, but he's a very influential and benevolent person. But let's talk about the actual reason we're visiting your agency today. Would you like to explain our problem to the ladies, Mr. Grimford? Are you familiar with the concept of pumpkin spice latte? I think I've heard of it. Isn't that some kind of beverage? Well, it may be called a beverage, yes, but it is also an integral component of the ceremonial tradition of Halloween, the most important holiday of the underworld. Wow, that sounds kind of important. Indeed, it would be a tragedy to celebrate Halloween without the presence of pumpkin spice latte. Everybody would be disappointed. I think I understand. It's like eggnog for Christmas, right? It is not in the slightest comparable to eggnog. Whoa. Everybody calm down now, calm down now. She didn't mean it. I'm absolutely sure she didn't mean it. Everybody calm down. Okay, I will tell you the whole story. 2 days ago, the first tourist group from the underworld arrived in Blurrington. A certain member of this group happened to be the only person who knows the recipe for a special Halloween eggnog. Pumpkin spice latte. Said person disappeared and hasn't been seen since yesterday evening, which means the pumpkin spice latte production for the Halloween celebration this Sunday cannot start until this person is found.
This is correct. It is of the utmost importance that this person will be found until Saturday evening. Or else it would be too late to prepare all the necessary ingredients.
Halloween will be ruined and our beloved underworld tourism program will be viewed as a complete failure. No tourists will come to visit Blurrington ever again.
Oh my god, his face! The poor dude.
Why don't the police look for this missing person? It is necessary to solve this problem without attracting a lot of attention. Having police forces poke around everywhere wouldn't be what you call a relaxed atmosphere. So we have to be discreet about this. And that's where you come into play. I said to Mr. Grimford only the best of the best are good enough to be entrusted with this case. We heard that you are the best private investigator on Victoria Street, Miss Crowley.
That is absolutely correct, Mayor Bloblet.
Well, there seems to be no detective agencies on Victoria Street in Blurrington. So that makes you the best in town, hahaha.
You should claim that title too, I guess. I haven't noticed that there is another detective agency that claims the exact same thing. Peculiar, isn't it?
Oh, what a weird coincidence! There surely has to be a mistake of that other agency, ha ha ha.
If two detective agencies in Sharpsdale would do something like that, I wouldn't let them get away with it without a proper test. Proving who can rightfully claim this title would be appropriate. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Mayor Blobbert?
Well, I guess I can't disagree with that. But what test could that be?
Isn't that obvious? We will commission both agencies with this case, and whoever solves it first earns the title for the best private investigator on Victoria Street, or in town, or whatever you want to call it.
What a great idea! We should proceed visiting the other agency right after we're finished here. Let me just look up where it is located. Oh, another coincidence. It is also right here on Victoria Street. A competition. We're not afraid to prove that we are the best. No problem at all.
It is decided. You have time until 6 PM on Saturday.
It won't let you down, Mr. Grimford. You know, as we say here at the Crowley Detective Agency, don't be a cat, let the raven solve the riddle.
What an original slogan.
It's even better when there's a fancy hot foil printed holographic headline above it. Above it.
I guess that's true. We should leave now, Mayor Blobbert.
I should get a hot foil printed nameplate for my office desk. Alright, let's go. Always a pleasure working with you ladies. Goodbye, Mayor. We will solve this case in no time.
My voice is absolutely fucking dying at this point. God.
See you on Saturday. You can count on us.
Hehe. Well, let's get to work.
Get to work. Main case, a pumpkin spice mystery. We've reached the end of the prologue. We plan on releasing the full version of this game until the end of October 2022. Please stay tuned and visit each of our places for updates. Thank you so much for playing Tiny Face Game. Oh. I also wish I looked like Bobbert if Tetsuya would die for me. What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Is that? Oh shit! I only download. Did I only download the prologue on accident? Holy fuck! What do you mean you wish you looked like? Okay, wait. Actually, I don't understand what you mean. Okay, no, it is just a demo. Looking forward for the flow release. This is cute. This is very cute prologue demo. Actually, that was fun. I actually liked voice acting the characters. I like doing goofy voices. Really goofy voices. I am Blobrit. I am Mayor Blobrit. Bloop bloop bloop. That's cute. That is cute. That's cute. That's cute. Okay, moving on. It seemed like you were having a lot of fun. Yeah, I was actually, because they're really funny characters. So I was just like, yeah, let's just do goofy stuff with them. Because I sometimes feel like when I do goofy stuff with characters, they are like, you know, they don't look goofy. I feel like I'm doing a disservice. So I try to do like proper voices for them, like what I would imagine them to officially sound like. And like, because I'm not an official voice actor with no professional training, I come off as a pretty, like, oh, I don't sound very good kind of deal thing, you know? Alright. Time for the last game on my agenda today. Okay, the music is a bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down before I put it up on stream. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me swap screens. Would you ever want to get into acting if you thought you were good enough? Yeah, I'd be down. Like not like real life acting, because I don't think I can do that. But voice acting, it's fun. The thing is, it's fun. So I'd be down to do that. Like even if it's not like a paid job, like just like for fun, I would do it. I don't think I'm good enough. I'm just fucking around with voices really. And honestly, how do I say this? I am aware that my voice doesn't sound like anyone else's voice out there. I don't sound like my voice is very recognizable. And it's yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Cause it's like, oh, you hear this voice, you can really only like, you just like, oh, it's this dude. Like I'm aware my voice is very unique is a way to put it. Actually, that's actually partially why I don't like my voice. I think it sounds weird. I don't like it. I think it sounds funny. It's a really nice voice, just by the way. Nah, stop that, Jay. Nah, stop that. I don't think I have a nice voice. I think it sounds funny. I don't think it sounds like, cause like, again, like I'm saying, it doesn't. Oh, where did my game go? Oh no. Game. Okay, it is horrible. Jay, are you trying to reverse psychology me? Okay, my game crashed. Hold on 1 second. Oopsies. Okay, we're just gonna try and put it up again. But yeah, I don't really have any confidence in my voice at all. I've been told by a lot of people that it's been weird or like they're just sick of hearing it, and I'm like, oh okay, well, cool, I guess. Okay, it is okay, this is fine. But now the music is not there. Let me just quickly do that. OBS, please don't do that to me. I don't know what this reverse psychology is, but I certainly am not doing it. I'm squinting at you, Jay. I am squinting at you. You know what you're doing, you sly little bugger. I know you are. Okay, is audio okay? Can you hear this? It's the goofy music in the background. You got this? Sound okay? Oh boy. Yeah, I think it is. Oh, it is loud on the stream. Okay, well, let me just turn it down. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So you can hear it. I turned it down a little bit because it was a bit loud. It's a bit too soft. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I think that's good enough. No, game, why you? No! It's black screen again. Hold on. I gotta restart it. Oh wait, I gotta change the text as well. Now I'm finally moving on to our Fantastic Wonderland. Oh boy, it's a bit Oh no, that's a bit long. Here we go. No. No. Sorry to hear you receive those harsh comments on your voice years ago. I've received bad comments on voice too, and I still remember that. Yeah, doesn't truly leave you, but like I've kind of like I still find it really weird to listen back to myself. I'm like, oh, that's me. But like at this point, at least I'm like at least more comfortable with it. I still think I sound funny. I don't sound like, I know that my voice is unique. I don't sound like most people. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I just like, I don't know if that's anything that to be, that's gonna like, if let's say hypothetically I do voice acting, right? I don't really know how this is gonna go. Yeah. All right. I want to do this game as voice acting. Am I gonna voice everyone again? Go. But also, I'm sorry to hear that you had those comments as well from UJ. Actually, I thought you sound really sweet. I thought your voice, like, you know, it was kind of sweet. Like, I looked at your model and then I looked at your, and then like I heard your voice and I'm like, oh yeah, I get your vibe like instantly. I thought like, I mean, like I said, I told you all that time ago. I said that your model matches you. Yeah, I like it matches your voice in a good way as well. Like I can see it and I'm like, yeah, that's Jay. Like that's it. Like my mind just like clicks and it's like yes. So yeah, don't worry about me though. I just like I don't necessarily like my voice. I appreciate that it is unique, but in terms of like what I can do with it, I am not sure and I don't have much confidence with it, basically. Yeah, comments mean a lot to me. Thank you. Your comments actually do mean a lot to me. You know, like even though when you say like you think I have a noise voice, it does mean a lot to me. Like I'm shoving back because I don't know how to take the compliment because like I can't just say yeah my voice is nice because I don't think my voice is nice. Like, and also it sounds like I'm tooting my own horn. But yeah, at least there is one thing I can say is like I know that this voice is mine. And like, well, yes, there are things I would like to change about it. It doesn't necessarily mean I reject it as my voice, right? And it's something that is like, oh, well, it's me. It's me. I accept that it's me. And whatever it may come, at least at the end of the day, I am me. And I am unique, I am myself. And that's what I tell myself. But in terms of like, oh, can I turn this into like voice acting and some like, you know, put it to work? And I'm like, oh, probably not. I'm not that confident with it. So, yeah. A young man in rows of white traverse. Wait, did I? No, wait, didn't save. Fuck. Save. Okay, there we go. A young man in robes of white traverses the darkness of the woods. His snow-stained hair stands prominent against the black backdrop. Like a star twinkling softly against the expanse of the night sky. And around him the shadows threaten like inky chasms. All manner of creature could be out there, just watching. Waiting. Oh. Hey, that's me! Very good, Eggs. I'm glad you could recognize yourself in the mirror. You know, it doesn't help the vibe when you interrupt the narration. Don't worry, babe. Just narrate these clowns straight into big old torture hole. See if they can't keep up with the smart ass coming to you 7-foot spikes shoved up your asses. What is happening? If I knew this was gonna be an NC-17 affair, I'd have come well prepared. That's sick and disgusting. Why the hell did you put me next to this fucker? Oh god, I am going to die voicing everyone. Oh lord almighty. Oh, but I like it. There's no cut-ins. Okay, so this game, I know, is like D&D-esque, basically. And like... Yeah, all these cut-ins, these banter in between is gonna be fun. Wait, Hana could just kill us like that? I'm not killing anyone! Can we please focus here? I was trying to keep this thing under 10k. Now then. The cool chill of the wooded shade sends shivers up the man's spine. He knows not where he is, nor how he arrived here. Ignatius. I have no idea where I am, or how I got here. Damn, Eggs, you should drop the computer hacking stuff and take up acting instead. Mr. Charlton Heston over here. I am still not sure why he's playing the lead. The last thing this world needs is another spineless vanilla protagonist. I could have provided some life to this production. Yeah, cause you'd have stolen it from everyone watching. The young cleric, Ignatius, carries on through the trees before arriving at a clearing. At the center of the clearing, a halfling knight lies prostrate on the ground, unmoving. He appears to be gravely injured, his breath ragged on his lips. Kill him, leave him be. I could just leave it. Okay, let's be nice, let's heal him. Ignatius kneels down next to the knight, using his creative magic to heal the knight's wounds. There's a lot of animations in this. The knight stirs, groans, then pushes himself up off the ground. What the flying fuck was I doing lying on the ground? Jen, that's not how knights talk. Oh, sorry, I guess. Guess I missed out on roundtable lexicon class. Do me a fucking bone here. You'd had better luck teaching a monk to fly than you would. I don't know what voice I'm doing at this point. I'm like, what the fuck am I going? Should I give him Blobber's voice? You'd have better luck teaching a monkey to fly than you would be teaching kids to clean. I don't know what voice I'm doing. I'm losing it. I'm actually losing it. I have no idea what I'm doing. Robert. Your voices are so good. No. Really, thank you. I'm very glad you think so, even though I'm kind of just like fucking around here. Very entertaining. I'm glad it is entertaining. I am simply a fish in a fish tank. Please don't tap on the glass. I am sensitive. What voice? What voice do I want to give him? I want to give him a nasally voice. You'd have better luck teaching a monkey to fly than you would be teaching Genzo to clean the stone. There's gonna be a monkey flying here real soon if you don't plug your pie hole, you freckle fuck. The two men stand there. Hello? Hi. Are you alright now? I'm standing, ain't I? Did someone attack you? To be honest, I can't remember. Everything's a blur. Oh, shit, my accent is slipping. Fuck. All I remember is this weird hissing noise. Hissing noise? Yeah, like hiss. What am I doing? Oh shit. Yeah, exactly like that. Damn your vocal range. That wasn't me. As if on cue, they emerge from the inky blackness between the trees. Let's save. Who? One after another, tiny shadows giving way to the heads of deepest crimson. while beneath their bulbous crowns, wrinkled twig-like arms wriggle and squirm like snakes. We've got company! Because I couldn't tell from the aura of murder choking displays like a corn dog down my throat. One of the tomato creatures leaps at the knight, who deftly deflects the attack of his sword. God damn it, we're gonna need to do this the hard way, I guess. Get behind me! Do as he says. Considering Ignatius has no— I forgot to save! No! That's fine. Considering Ignatius has no kind of weapon, he's so comfortable leaping behind that knight's back and as the creatures draw near. But aren't these what attacked you earlier? One of the fiends comes charging towards them, razor sharp fangs bared. The knight separates his arms and legs from his body with 2 quick flashes of his blade. Yeah, what about it? Last I checked, you almost died. Hey, a slight miscalculation is all. Slight? Now, 2 of them are closing in. They race forward, zipping to the left, to the right, and flying at them from opposite sides. Let's go, music. The music's cute, I like it. The knight spins, sword arcing in the air as it slices through the necks in swift succession, sending their bulbous heads bouncing to the ground. At that moment, Ignatius notices one bearing down on them from behind. Crap! He takes a hairy step backwards, only for the knight to grab him around the waist and pull him in close with a grunt. Damn vegetables! Another flash of his blade, and the incoming creature falls to the ground in 6 neat pieces. Ignatius watches in wonder, then lets his gaze fall to the iron-tight grip the knight has around his hips. The knight must notice too, because he recalls with a flustered jerk. Be a bit more careful, yeah? Knight coughs. Oh, decapitates another tomato. Coughs again. Yep, totally didn't see nothing there. Totally nothing. The remainder of the fight goes quickly after that. After 10 or so more creatures, they are turned to catch up. The rest begin to scatter, no doubt having realized their attacks are futile. With a series of hisses, they retreat back into the trees, lost once more within the shadow. You're remarkably skilled. What can I say? I know my way around a sword. I still don't know what voice I'm doing for this guy. I still don't fucking know what voice I'm doing for this guy. I don't know. I don't know what vibes he gives off. That was subtle. Hey, I'm a subtle guy. Did I miss something? Don't worry, Eggs. It's nothing. Yes, nothing. What am I doing? At any rate, Ignatius ignores the comment. What is your name, Knight? Oh, yeah, we haven't even done introductions yet, have we? I get a big fat F in chivalry. You can just call me Genzo. Very well, Genzo. I'm called Ignatius. Got it, Eggs. No, Ignatius. Not seeing the difference here. Fine, whatever. At any rate, I'm on a very important quest for the king. Wait, I am? You are? Hunar. Hunar, what voice do I want to give you? What voice do I want to give you? Nerdy voice? Nerdy voice? I pinch my nose? I don't know. I already have so many nasally voices. Gotta give something else, right? What? Questionable. Questioning. Why else will we be walking around in dangerous forest filled with murder tomatoes? I don't know what voices to give. I am out of ideas. Because they all have this very like rough and tumble vibe, and I only have so many rough and tumble voices to give. At some point, I'm gonna be like, all right, you are now British. Because he wants a sandwich. I'll just go with whatever. You know what? You know what? Their voices change every time they speak. That is the lore. That is the fucking lore. I'm not. Nah. I give up. Well, what is it then? What's the quest? Oh, Hunter is the DM. Yes, he's the DM. All right. It's Even he doesn't know. What the fuck? forest. Maybe he needs to take the One Ring to Mordor. Whoa. Let's not bring the copyright hounds down on us, yeah? Is the Jewel of Happiness. The Jewel of Happiness? Yes, you must return the Jewel of Happiness to the sacred altar to restore its light and bring happiness back to the world. And second thought, let's stick with Mordor. I don't know what voice do I give you. Fuck. I knew you'd come up with something amazing, babe. Might as well call it the Jewel of the Stories for the Brainless. It's the Jewel of Happiness, and that's that. See, he's already pulled it out of its robe. I have? Innes has already pulled the Jewel of Happiness out of his robe. He holds the amber orb between the two of them. Its dull, lifeless surface seems to exude hopelessness. I'm supposed to return the Jewel of Happiness to the sacred altar and restore its light, so I can bring happiness back to the world. Jewel of Jewel of Happiness? Sounds fake, but okay. I don't need you anyway. Nah. Come and help me. Like, I could just go a different route right now, but I'm like, no. I don't know how. I know there's multiple route endings of this game. I am not doing it in a single stream. I don't think I can. I think I'm gonna run out of time actually. So this is gonna bleed into next stream, I think. Will you help me? I feel your sword will be a great asset along the way. Heh, well, when you ask so nicely, how can I refuse? It's been a long time since I've been solicited by someone as handsome sounding as you. I'm not soliciting you, I just need your help. Ha! All the same to me. And so, the two companions set off, back into the shadow of the trees. Fun fact, as confirmed by the creator, Ignatius is ace. Yeah, he's ace. He's on the ace spectrum. It is Ace Week. You know, I wanted to mention this at the start of the stream, but I completely forgot. It is Ace Week, and representing aces, your boy right here. Let's go. Finger guns. I am on a spectrum. Somewhere. What kind of peril lurks in the dark? Only time will tell. What are we looking at here? It seems to be a large empty field. Interesting. A bit sus if you ask me. Sus. Yeah, sus. Sus like Among Us. You see that little beaver over, you see that little mole over there? Is digging a hole? No, we don't call that digging a hole, we call it venting. What am I fucking going on about? I'm losing it. I'm definitely losing it. It does have an aura of strangeness about it. The two companions have reached the edge of the forest, only to be met with a new obstacle. An empty field. Oh, the horror. An empty field. Never shall they do. You know, I don't appreciate the sarcasm. This part was not supposed to be challenging. It's literally just a field that you have to cross. I don't know, I think it's good to be cautious. Yeah, maybe we'll trip and fall on a specially pointed rock and bash our brains out. Okay, fine. You want a suspicious empty field? I'll give you a suspicious empty field. There. How do you like that? Does the field look scary beyond all reason now? Yep. With a terrifying red sky? Yep. think I just wet myself. The two companions face the extremely dark and horrifying field. Its horror chills their bones to the core. Maybe we can go around? You cannot go around. The field is wide and massive. Attempting to circumvent it would add days to their journey. Days they don't have if they have any hopes of restoring happiness to the world. Wait, did you just hear something? Hear something? No. Genzo goes tense, keening his ears towards the forest behind them. Is someone there? I will lay down and may fall asleep, happy to hear you having so much fun with this. Thank you, Jay. Thanks for stopping by, even if you do fall asleep. I hope you have a good rest. And thanks for sticking around for so long. I hope you had fun in this stream as well. Yeah. For sure. Alright, man. Have a good rest if you're gonna go fall asleep accidentally. I don't mind. I will just continue. I want to see if I can at least get to like one ending, and I'll see how long that takes. Yes, also fun. I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you're having fun, Jay. It was nice to see you around as well. So yeah, don't worry about like lurking and just having to get some rest. I know I've been streaming for a pretty long time, have I? 3 hours and 40. Okay, that isn't as long as what I streamed yesterday, but to be fair, yesterday was just art, really. So, and today is just non-stop back-to-back of me talking to the fucking reading out lines. But yeah, thanks for popping by. And if you do sleep, I hope your dreams are very nice and full of fun stuff. It happens in a flash. One moment, Genzo is standing on his 2 feet. The next, he isn't. He goes tumbling, rolling, huffs and grunts as his back cracks against the hard earth. It comes to a stop. A shadowy figure perched atop him with a dagger pressed to his throat. Assassin. It isn't my least favorite pit-sized sword swinger. Wait, you two aren't supposed to know each other. I want to give him a different voice now, because the voice I gave him original was a bit too hard to do. Hang in there, my dude, you got this. Thank you, okay? I think you can hear me slowly beginning to die. My throat. I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow. What voice do I want to give him? Yeah. How could I not know this imbecile? Just thinking about it makes my stomach roil. That's what we call IBS, but... See how it taunts me? I practically deserve to slit his throat. There's not gonna be any throat slitting. Fine, a little throat slitting is okay. Huh. I thought I felt my eyes on my ass the last hour or so. Yes, everything is always asses with you, isn't it? What can I say? I like what I like. Oh, perhaps you'd also like me cutting that tongue of yours, You sure you want to do that? I remember you praising it quite highly last time I used it. The cloaked individual presses his dagger tighter against Genzo's throat. Snark all you want, but the day will come where I'll get to do everything I want to you. Oh, you're gonna run that. You're gonna run a daddy because a little halfling hurt your feelings. Step in to help. What did you do to this guy? Curious. Dang, this guy seems to really hate you. So what did you do to him? I like how English is just like a normal voice and everyone else is just unhinged. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Me? Do to him? If you knew half the things this guy's done, you'd be running for the hills, Iggs. I don't know. He seems pretty nice to me. Man glances up. Smirks. New pet is good. New pet is good taste. He brings up to his feet and wipes the dust off his cloak. Not bad on the eyes either. How the devil did you get yourself mixed up with this irreverent Oxlian? helping me return the Jewel of Happiness to the Sacred Altar.
Uh-huh. And we need to be and we need to be on our way too. Let's get moving. No time to lollygag. Speaking of gagging, you should teach your boy how to hold his tongue. There's many a fiend out there with their eyes on that jewel.
Really? This thing?
I, however, would be happy to find him off and aid in your noble quest. And I'd be happy to string you up by the rat on your head and leave you for the crows. So testy today, aren't we, dear? You want to keep him up for yourself, do you? More like I know you. You would help someone willingly if you had a knife to your balls. Don't tell me. Your boy. Daddy sent you out to run errands again, didn't he?
Okay, they're just both becoming really like... They're both becoming very similar. Fuck, what do I do? Huh. Okay, you know what? We'll try to separate. I'll try to change up Genzo, I guess.
Huh. I'm on a mission of extreme importance. Something you could never. He never sends me on errands.
Who is this father you keep talking about?
Why, the king of imps, of course. I am heir to the throne. Pshaw, heir to the throne? Last I checked, you were at the bottom of the list, but...
Daddy doesn't like it when you sleep with the guy trying to off him.
A moment of weakness is all. Besides, last I checked, bottom of the list is still higher than the brain-addled outcast knight.
The man grabs Genzo by his mantle with a splenetic huff. Both of you calm down. Both of you, just calm down, okay? This isn't getting us anywhere. The man releases him, but none too affably. His hand goes to his hips as Genzo rests begrudgingly at his throat. Thank you. Genisha looks from the man to Genzo and back again. I just realized, I don't even know your name. I just call him Buttface.
Orlam. Orlam is fine. I won't require you to address me as royalty. Yet. Yeah, he saves that for when he's got a leash around your throat.
Orlam crunches the heel of his boot to the top of Genzo's foot. Genzo yelps. Alright, Orlam. You said you wanted to help? I will gladly accept your aid. This brings a proud grin to Orlam's face.
And rightfully so.
We don't need his help. We were doing just fine on our own.
Oh, and how do you pros you're gonna cross that field, huh?
I don't know about walking, the way most people cross large tracts of land.
And get swallowed up by the collector? No. I can see now you'll never make it across in one piece. You'll need the gift of stealth if you have any hopes of plying this plot.
And I suppose... And I suppose that's where you come in, huh?
Precisely.
I don't know what I'm doing. So lost. I think I need to listen to like... I think I need to listen to a voice line and then I'll be able to get it again, and I need to just Yeah, you got your barking orders around here. Alright, cool. I think I can try. I can try that. One of them should be lower as well. I think that could differentiate it. They dart in and out of the shadows like ghosts in the night. Then stop for a moment beneath the refuge of a large boulder. Quiet. Listening. You sure there's even anything here? This place is as dead as my dick when I think about you. It does seem awfully quiet. Olam just laughs, impish grin playing on his lips.
Oh, don't worry. It's here. The collector feeds on your fear. So do try to keep those thoughts of yours from succumbing to dread.
And whatever you do, don't look directly at it. Seems simple enough to me. Ignatius curls his arms in around his chest as the chill creeps out his spine. Him and avoiding Dread have never mixed well. Dread being his constant companion, more like. Something brushes against his shoulder. With a start, he turns around. But there's nothing. Nothing at all except the empty expanse of a field. A trick of the wind, no doubt. But he can't help the anxiety trickling the back of his neck. Maybe he won't be able to return the jewel after all. Who is he anyway? Not brave, not dependable, certainly not any kind of savior. Maybe he destined to fail all along. At that moment, Orlum motions them ahead. Withdraws him from his self-deprecating thoughts. Then they're moving forward again, around rock and brush. Tracing divots in the dirt, swift and silent as they follow the trail of shadow. Orlum leads them neath the branches of a large decaying tree. They crouch beneath it with ragged breaths, their chests heaving. Genzo leads in towards Orlum with a hiss. You're not just leading us around in circles, are you? And force myself to stay in your close proximity even longer? You flatter yourself. Ignatius' discomfort continues to grow. He brings his knees to his chest, gazing out across the shadow-strewn field. The feeling is all over his head and shoulders, like something slithering across his scalp, tracing the length of his collarbone. His breath is coming up faster and faster. Ask for help. Guys? I'm feeling a bit weird. The two companions continue to bicker and argue amongst themselves, neither one paying attention to him. Why would they pay attention to him? He's nobody. Nothing. A burden to any and all who cross his path. Surely they'd fare better without him. He keeps his eyes shut as a bead of sweat works his way down his temple. He'll never succeed. He might as well give up now. Had he thought he'd ever be able to do something heroic? The slithering extends down to his chest, curling and twisting around his neck, his arms, his waist. It's all around him now, but he doesn't care. He closes his eyes. He's a bumbling cow who doesn't deserve anything better. He would never have reached the altar anyway. Never have been able to make a difference. Tighter, twisting. He's being dragged now, pulled away from the safety of the shadows. He just give up already. At that moment, Orlum leaps to his feet. It's here! It has him! Genzo follows suit, twisting around in horror. Iggs! But by this point, it's too late. The black tentacles coil around Ignatius' form with a possessive tug. Then yank him free of the shadow and up into the air. Ignatius takes one look at the form of his captor. His eyes wander momentarily, before going completely white, his body limp at the tentacle's grip. Orlum brings his hands to his hair, fingers digging into his scalp. Shit, he's already gone! No, shit, he's already gone! Gone? What do you mean, gone? There's no way now! We can't get close enough without looking at it ourselves! He stops, looks at Genzo. Or perhaps not. Why do I feel like you're about to ask me to do something extremely dangerous? There's no time! I'll try to move around the back and distract it. You use the opportunity to cut him free. If this was any other situation, I'd say get fucked. But I think I'd appreciate Stick staying alive. So fine. That's what I thought. Now go and do the only thing you're good at and slice some things in half. Orlum scuttles off into the shadow, dagger at the ready. Because he slop back to the tree bark as he keens his ears. Doesn't take long. Motion to the far left. Oh, wait. The sound of a blade cutting through air, followed by the pained whine of something large. Now, Genzo! Genzo wastes no time. He runs out from his hiding place. Oh, the beast is huge, massive. All around him, tentacles curling and twisting against the sky. Ignatius is up there in them. They're writhing now of liquid black coils. Genzo follows the sound of them. As they whip around him, rolling thrashes that snap at the air. Ooh, one flash. Two. They soar arcs through the air, taking out the inky coils one after another. Take that, you overgrown octopus from hell! The collector screeches, whipping his tentacles into an even greater fervor. They come at Genzo and whip like lashes. He can barely deflect in time. Clanging off the hilt of the sword, slapping against his legs and shoulders, leaving red gashes in their wake. Genzo grunts, swinging his sword left, right, aiming it at anything and everything disturbing the air. More shrieks. The creature is getting mad now, a tangible fury present in its throes. It's just to your left! Genzo nods, grits his teeth, plants his feet firmly on the ground, and chops. The blade carves neatly through the two tentacles caught around Ignatius' body. It's an almost audible shudder. A fleeting moment, Ignatius stays suspended in the air. Then Genzo holds out his arm with a little whistle beneath his teeth, and Ignatius' limp form falls into them with a cushy thwomp. Just doesn't waste another moment. He takes off, short little legs, booking it across the dirt. The collector roars and wails and peppers his back and neck with more whip-like snaps. But it doesn't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Only when the shrieking finally fades, the air begins to calm. The ground hardens to packed earth beneath him do his harried footsteps slow. He comes to a stop, shoulders heaving and coughs racking his frame. He stands there, catching his breath, keening his ears, listening for any sound of that thing still coming at him. But there's nothing. The air is deathly still aside from his breathing. Complete and utter silence. Until Orlon jumps down from who knows where to land on the ground beside him. Genzo yelps and falls back on his ass. Give him here. What's wrong with him? I already said he's gone. But there might be a way to bring him back if we act fast. What the hell does that mean? But Orm doesn't respond. He's already got Ignatius laid out on the ground, and is currently snapping his fingers in front of his eyes. Ignatius remains silent, his eyes as white as the bangs framing his face. Orm clutches beneath his breath and begins rifling through his pack. You mean he's like passed out or some shit? Yeah, passed out. For all of eternity. Genzo finally seems to stop Genzo short. He runs a nervous hand through his hair, corner of his mouth twisting downward. Wait, am I dead? Yeah, he better not be dead. You're not dead, don't worry. Why do I not trust you, Mr. Antagonist over here? You know, that was pretty gallant of you though, Genzo. It was? Oh, no praise for me, I see. Perhaps I should just left you there to rot. Thank you too, Orlum. What? What did I say? I think you broke him. Damn bastard probably hasn't had anyone thank him for anything in his goddamn life. Orlum finishes searching through his pack, pulling out a small vial of grey liquid. He shakes it next to his ear. The hell's that? My wakey wake potion. Sometimes I need my targets awake, you know. It's quite strong. I'm gonna do myself a favor and not ask. Anyway, it might just be what we need to jumpstart him back to reality. Should have known you had something weird to put in his mouth. Autumn kneels down beside Ignatius' head, holding his mouth open with his fingers. He yanks the card out of the vial of his teeth, then pours the entirety of his contents down the other man's throat. 1 second. 2. Oh, they just watch Ignatius' limp form on the ground. Then, in a whooping fit of coughs, Ignatius begins to convulse, hacking, Hacking away, he curls inward, shutting his eyes as his hand comes to his mouth. It lasts for a good minute more, and some of it both excruciating yet hopeful. When finally the convulsions die down, Ignatius' eyes have cleared. He looks first to Orlum, then to Genzo. Welcome back. Hard Orlum or grown and roll over? Yeah. Yeah, let's hug him. Thanks for it. Why not? Feeling incredibly overcome, Ignatius launches himself at Orlum, arms going around his waist as he brushes his face somewhere around his belly. Orlum's eyes nearly bug out of his head. That's put his back on Ignatius' shoulders in obvious discomfort. But Ignatius refuses to let go. I was so scared. I didn't know where I was or what was going on. Everything was just... I was just so alone. Well, you're fine now, so you can just... Thank you for saving me from that place. Orlum's eye twitches. He gives another push. Extra hard this time. And finally succeeds in extricating Ignatius from his frame. Rises to his feet, turns to Genzo. Take care of your little cleric, would you? He needs to rest for a while. I'm gonna go secure the perimeter. Last thing we need is another surprise attack. There is somewhat an embarrassed twist of his heels, he turns and walks away, disappearing back into the night. Genzo plops to a seat next to Ignatius. After a few moments of scratching his head and listening to Ignatius' beleaguered breath, he pulls his pack off his back and positions it beneath the other man's head. Try to get some rest, eh? You still got a long road ahead. Silence falls between them, especially loud as the surrounding quiet. Then, finally, glad you're still with us, though, yeah? Ignatius smiles and lets his eyes flutter closed. I gotta save. My throat is actually dead. Shit. Give me a hot minute. I need to drink more water. There is way too much reading for one stream. Oh my god. Huh. I'm thinking, I feel like this game is gonna go on for quite a while. And it is getting quite late. And my throat is kinda dying. Well, we'll see how much. I think I will probably see how I feel again in about 30 minutes and I might end there. Yeah, we'll see. Because I think I am definitely hitting my limits of how much I can talk. My throat is dying. The trio spends the night beneath the stars, taking turns resting and keeping watch as Ignatius sleeps. Orlum builds a fire. Genzo shares a salt tag and jars of homemade preserves he brought with him. And by morning, Ignatius has mostly recovered. And one ignores the occasional relapse of vomiting. So they set off back down the trail. Once more headed in the direction of their goal with hopes high, and only the intermittent doubt crossing their minds. Is it just me or is the game completely silent? On and on they walk, following the twisting path over rock and under hill, until, just as the sun has hit its peak in the sky, they approach a crossroads. And smack at the center of the crossroads, they see a figure. This figure is unmoving, simply standing in the middle of the path. And even as they near, he remains still. In fact, they get all the way within the feet of the figure with still no sign of movement. They come to a halt. Stand there. The figure stands there, just staring in the general direction, but making no sign that he's noticed them. He just looks to his companions, who simply shoo him forward. He takes a step with a wince. Hello? No response. Nothing but the same far-off stare. And as shifts from one foot to another. Looks back. Receives nothing but a shrug from his companions. Tries again. Hello? The figure gives a sudden start. Alright, okay, the music's in now. Who's there? And he just takes a startled step backwards. Where? Just passing through is all. But the sight of you standing in the road was so strange, we thought we should. He trails off with a little wave of his arms. He's not entirely sure of his remarks, so he leaves it be. The blonde gentleman looks at him for a moment, eyes dilating. He then seems to realize something. You are the one my father sent with the jewel, yes? Father? Ignatius' hands go instinctively to the jewel inside his robe. Wait, then doesn't that make ya the prince? You two are quick-witted, aren't you? Whoa, wait just a minute here. Are all of us just gonna know the fact that Gidget is what, Iggy? I believe what our compatriot is trying to say is man. And a rather handsome one at that. And what's wrong with that, huh? We can be whoever we wanna be, can't we? I mean, sure, I guess. I just thought it would be fun, that's all. Besides, I always make guy characters when I play games. I just like it better. You don't have a problem with it, do you, Iggy? Me? No, of course I don't. You look very dapper. The prince narrowed his eyes in intense scrutiny, studying Ignatius from head to foot. Yes, you don't look dependable at all. It's a good thing I came. Now, give it here. Give what here? The jewel, of course. Someone like you would never be able to reach the sacred altar. But I will ensure my father's will is done. Prince reaches forward. Ignatius takes another hurried step backwards, clutching at his robe. This is my quest. Your father gave it to me, and I'm going to complete it. Yes, well, my father didn't know what a hapless fool you... Sorry, wrong accent. Yes, well, my father didn't know what a hapless fool you were. Now, give me the jewel. I'm not giving you the jewel. He just stops his foot on the ground. If you want this jewel, you have to take it from me. I will return it to the sacred altar. Very well. You're apparently as naive as you are inept. The prince unsheathes his saber, long and thin, and points at Ignatius' throat. I shall take it from your cold, dead corpse. This is enough to spur both of Ignatius' companions into action. Oh my god. Hi, Iris. Holy shit, I don't know why my rate message seems bugged out there, but hi Iris. Welcome Raiders. I'm currently playing just some Spooktober games right now. I am dying because I am voice acting everything, but hi. Let me just shout you out real quick. Doing some World War 3. Oh, what is that game about? Wait, okay, so how was your stream, Iris? Oh yeah, we could introduce myself. Right. Hello Raiders, for all of you who are new here, I, Tetsuya Kawaguchi, you can call me Tetsu for short, and I am a fish punk VTuber. Yes, I literally just am that. I'm a fish, maybe. Maybe a fish, I don't know. Delinquents at most. It's good, just mindless gameplay. Ah, I see. Is it like those RTSs, like real-time strategy games? Well, actually no, it is mindless. It's probably not strategy game. Huh. Forget that. But anyway, actually, as of right now, through October, I am currently playing a lot of Spooktober games. If you want to see like visual novels that maybe have horror in them, then you can stick around, at least for this one. Nope, it's FPS. Oh, cool, cool. FPS, cool. Okay, I see. I mean, it makes sense. World War 3. Well, I hope, at least I'm glad that your stream went well. It is a bit late for me. I am actually also dying. My voice is also very much dying. I am so sorry for whoever is coming in and is hearing my very cringe voice acting. I'm just having fun. Dude. Oh yeah, and don't worry if you have to raid and hop off. Like if you gotta sleep, just go for it. Go and sleep. I appreciate the raid nonetheless. And again, dude, thanks for the raid. Man. I'm pretty sure like currently most of us here are like on our last legs. Everyone's like tired. I'm also getting tired. I've been reading for the past like 4 hours. Yeah, no problem to you, dude. Yeah, so like if you gotta rest, feel free to go. I'm still glad that you like came by and raided. Yeah, appreciate it. My throat is just really dying. I'm very sorry. It's late. I'm ending at like at most in 20 minutes. I might end earlier, but it depends. Because some of the games are definitely longer than I expected. It's alright, take a rest. Yeah. I'm just gonna drink some water. I've been playing like visual novels for the past like 4 hours essentially. And none of them are voiced. So I've been voice acting everything. Voice it is. So I'll stretch. Alright, thanks, Kay. I will stretch. Oh goodness. Okay. That was a good stretch. Alright. Thanks for that. My goodness. Back. Okay. Genzo's sword comes out. Quick Arvet is sending the tip of the Princess Saber to the side of a clang. Orlan is behind the Prince with a nigh invisible celerity. Dagger going to the Prince's throat. The Prince attempts to jerk away, prompting Orlan to press the blade tighter against his skin. Go on, try me. I've always dreamed of committing regicide. Orlan pushes his face into the back of the Prince's neck. The Prince scowls. My father will have your head if you so much as lay a scratch on me. As he brings his own sword up at this, directing it at the Prince's chest. Yeah, well, I'll have your guts for goddess if you even think about touching our cleric. Guys, let's just calm down, okay? Let's perhaps not resort straight to violence. Inisha looks at the Prince up and down. Maybe, Prince Gent. Right, Prince Gent can simply join us. Then he'll be able to ensure I complete my quest successfully. At this, the weapons finally fall. The 4 of them looking between each other with furtive glances of uncertainty. Join forces? What on earth makes you think I would do such a thing? I don't know. Maybe because it's 3 against 1, but... And I doubt Sweet Kingy would appreciate his son's head delivered to him via express courier. Okay, maybe we stop threatening the prince considering I don't want to be arrested for treason. Treason would be the least scandalous thing I've done time for. Be right back, purging my brain of what you just said, thanks. Stop talking about me like I'm not here! Convincing with a confident handshake, convincing with an endearing smile. Do I want to smile at him? Do I want to give him a handshake? No, I'll smile at him. I want to see how this turns out. I want to smile at the guy. Sounds funny. Then she's gonna see that the prince might require more convincing. And what better to prove his sincerity than with an award-winning smile? Summoning every ounce of charm he can muster, he his head to the smile with a smile that might as well be made of sugar. Won't you please help us? The prince looks at him for a moment. He takes a step backwards with a start. He brings a hand to his mouth with a flustered cough. Suppose I could find it in my heart to lend you my aid. Momentarily, at least. He straightens, coughs again, moves down with an errant's lock of hair. Yes, I think this arrangement would mutually benefit both our parties. So, I shall accompany you. I can only hope my sword will prove a worthy asset. I'd be happy to evaluate its worth. I wasn't talking to you. Despite the prince's awkward demeanor, Ignatius considers this trial of persuasion a success. And though the anxiety may still plague his belly, he feels something new has joined it. Confidence. Confidence in his newfound companions. Perhaps he'll be able to complete his quest after all. And so, the newly formed quartet starts anew. Back on track and headed in the direction of the sacred altar. Will their combined forces prove enough to deliver it safely and restore its light? The answer lies shrouded in mystery. My voice. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5 minutes break from reading. My voice is dead. Okay, holy shit. Man. Okay, these games are actually going on for a lot longer than I had anticipated, which is not like a bad thing, but it's really like a wow. These games are a lot more like in depth than I thought it'd be, and it's in a good way. It's really fun, especially this. There's a lot of animations, very lifelike. The conversation between the characters are really good. I'm also very sorry if you're hearing my scratchy, gravelly voice. Cause yeah, oh boy. For any of you guys who have just been sitting around, or at least have like watched so far, what do you guys think? Like not of me, but like of the stream, of the game. Like all of these were made within a month to be submitted for this competition. Do you think that's like great? Can you imagine having to make all of this in a singular month? You know, you gotta write it, then you gotta program it, you gotta do the art for it even for some of these games, and especially for like something like this where there's a lot of art involved, a lot of programming, a lot of animation involved. It's really cool. There is a lot of stuff going on in here. It's great. Also, I just realized I stopped at the point where there is no music, so you are just hearing me awkwardly mumble to myself. Ugh. Okay, I think at the next point in the story beat, where like they have this cut, I think I'm definitely gonna end. I wanted to at least finish one run of this game before I end the stream, but I don't think it's possible. I honestly didn't expect Blue Moon Lament to be so long and so in depth. And then all the different voices, yeah, for sure. I've been having a fun time though. This has been definitely extremely fun. Voice acting is fun, even if I'm pretty trash at it. It is quite fun. But as with voice acting and reading, I have human limits, and I am definitely going to hit that in about 10 minutes. So we shall finish this up. call it a rest for a night, and maybe the next time I stream, I will pick up on this again. There's still more Spooktober games I want to play, but I think we'll try to finish this first. Next stream. Next stream won't be as long. As with my schedule, I've already posted it. It will be on Thursday. I only plan to have go for about 2 hours, and then I'll end. So about half today's stream. Hopefully, at least we get to finish one of this route. Maybe all, if we're lucky. And if not, that's alright. Because I do have other Spooktober games I want to play, but I can always just push them to next week. Actually, wait. Next week is already out of October. Oh boy. Well, you know what? Let's just push as much as we can. I can always just play them after October, and then I just do my little idea thing after I finish all the games. Yeah, I think that would probably be a good idea. The companions walk and walk. And walk and walk. For the sacred altar is very far. Oh boy, that means it's not gonna end anytime soon. Days pass. Weeks pass. All this art. Months pass. Oh my god. Okay, this is starting to feel a bit ridiculous. It can't possibly be that far. And why was one of those scenes in the middle of the fucking ocean? This is starting to seem a bit excessive. And glaringly convenient too. You don't even have to come up with a narrative for all of these many moons to travel. You guys got the beef with how my award-winning author husband is writing the story? Award-winning? What award did he win? My heart, of course. Everyone's gotta be a critic. Here I thought I was doing all of you a favor by skipping over the boring parts. Well, maybe they wouldn't be boring if you actually made them interesting. For once, I agree with Frecklenuts over here. You try writing a complete story in less than a month. You think you're doing great, babe. Maybe you can just have us run into the next obstacle. That usually provides an opportunity for character-driven conflict. Fine. You run into the next obstacle. It's a giant eye. I don't know. I don't even fucking care. Save. Oh. The group suddenly runs into a new obstacle. It's a giant eye, sitting right in the middle of the bridge they need to cross. No one knows how he got there. It's just there. The four of them stare up into the eye in wonderment. What are we looking at, folks? I can practically hear the collective dick shriveling taking place in your pants right now. It's, giant eyeball. Concerning. Can we avoid it? Considering its girth is currently occupying the full width of the bridge, I would say no. Yeah, figured as much, but thought I'd ask. The prince puffs out his chest and takes an only slightly hesitant step forward. You there, eye creature. I know not your motive for blocking the path right now, but I must ask that you relocate yourself at once. We must cross this bridge on important business for the king. There's no response from the eye. The prince turns around in search of answers from his companions. He receives nothing but a series of shrugs. He takes another step forward, waiting for a sudden rumble to overtake the bridge, sending his precarious planks into a flurry of undulating tremors. Ignatius' stomach flops in rapidly building nausea. And his feet. He can't keep his feet centered in the middle of the bridge. Already he can feel his balance starting to give. He's tilting towards the edge. Jumps towards Genzo, jumps towards Orlum, jumps towards Gens. Jumps towards the prince. Oh, whoops. Willing what little remaining strength he can put into his wobbling legs. He aims himself against without thinking. And jumps. Cleric, what are you? But the prince doesn't have a chance to finish his question. And the flash Ignatius is flushed against his chest in a flurry of white rope limbs. Gant pulls him in close on instinct, holding him tight as the bridge rocks and quakes around them. Ah, kinda cute. And only once the tremors have subsided does his grip loosen. With a start, he grabs Ignatius' shoulders and pushes him away. Try and be more careful. Sorry, it all happened so fast. I lost my balance. The prince coughs, looks away. Then perhaps you should pay more attention. You do realize if we lose you, we lose the jewel, yes? Ignatius' gaze drops to the ground. Sorry, you're right. Hey, give the guy a break. He's doing his best. Well, maybe his best isn't enough. His hand goes to the hilt of his sword. You want to say that again? Guys, stop it. He's right. I'll be more careful. The prince does away with a huff. That is all I ask. He has a snort, but his hand falls back to his sides. Royal prick. Look at you, Mr. Popular. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Just a casual observation from a friend. Up ahead, the prince clears his throat, loudly. If we're all done playing around, can we deal with this new problem we have on our hands? All eyes turn back to the front, to where the giant pupil of the eye has rolled over to face them. It is not staring at them curiously. Ignatius feels a shiver curl up his spine. Fortunately, the prince once again takes the lead. He steps forward, clears his throat. If you are indeed sentient, then I ask that you heed our request and allow us passage. We have urgent business to complete on the other side of this bridge. The eye looks from the prince to Ignatius to Genzo, then Orlum in turn. It does his massive watery pupil back to the prince. But
answer me 3 questions 3. Then safe passage. I shall decree.
It talks?
Impressive given his lack of an oral cavity.
You can't just say mouth like a normal. You can't just say mouth like a normal person? The prince shushes them with a wave of his hand. Very well then, eye. Ask us your questions. The wave of the eye shudders, dilates. Then in a booming voice, it says the planks beneath their feet trembling.
In the function random number, parentheses, curly brackets, very base, num equals 2, curly brackets, quotation. If you were to count the variable base num outside the function, what would the output to the console? What would be the output to the console?
What the fuck kind of question is that, Hanar? Isn't it usually some kind of riddle or something? All I have is this JavaScript for Dummies book, so sue me. Or you think it's a swill tactic? Riddles are so last decade. We're going to die. The prince pauses for a moment in confusion, then straightens, smiles. Child's play. The answer is undefined. How did you?
Correct.
The prince glances at Ignatius, but one is looking quite proud of himself. You think you're pretty smart then, do you? May know a thing or two from time to time.
Next question. When using array.length on variable list of pets equals dog equals cat, bird, sparrow, what would be the output of list of pets.length?
4.
Correct.
Now it's Ignatius' turn to glare. The prince just smiles. Not too fast on the uptake, are you, cleric? I was distracted for a moment. A typical excuse. Do you have any idea Any idea what the hell is going on? Not a clue. Good. Glad it's not just me.
Next question.
Ignatius and the prince both brace themselves.
Which HTTP verb would the developer use to request an update to a product's details from a server?
What?
Correct.
The two of them grin at each other, eyes aflame with passion.
Congratulations. I don't have any more questions.
Without a shudder, the eye rolls off the side of the bridge. It disappears into the water far, far, far below without as much as a splash. That was quite possibly the weirdest fucking thing I've ever experienced. The prince turns to Ignatius, lips still curled into a smile. I suppose you're not as incompetent as I originally made you for, cleric. My opinion of you has risen. Guess we don't need you anymore, huh? Now how about yourself? This is having a hard time containing his own grin. It's so goofy. I love it. You're in a half bad yourself. Maybe between the two of us, we will be able to finish this thing. The prince laughs. Indeed, I do believe our chances have just increased. The two class has the more triumph and camaraderie that could rival even the most famous of shonen anime. What are we? The peanut gallery? May have just been relegated to the role of comic relief. That's great. Okay, I am gonna stop here because I did say I was gonna stop at like in 30 minutes, and it is just nice 30 minutes that I finish this. I will pick this up again next time I stream. I am so sorry, my voice is completely gone at this point. It's like I can still talk obviously, sure, but like I'm just not gonna push it anymore. Atsukare, yes, thank you. Atsukareke, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. And thanks to everyone who came by on stream just for a little bit to even hang out and see all these games. All these games are really cool. I definitely give the developers some love. I will just put the link here again for anyone who's new who wants to check out the master list of games I have played on stream for Spooktober. We finished quite a bit. We did finish Blue Moon Lament, and we finished the prologue to Corvus Clueless, all of which were voice acting. And even I would say probably this is the first half of our Fantastic Wonderland. And I am aware this has at least like 3 endings. I know you can romance the characters, so like maybe 3 or 4 endings even if you like choose not to romance anyone. Possibly. Also, yeah, I will stop tormenting your ears with like accidental Tetsuya ASMR because my voice is really scratchy and really whispery right now. I have nothing left going on here. Oh boy. Been a hot minute. Alright. And with that, I think I will end my stream. There will be no raid. I am very tired. Yeah, no raid tonight. I'm very tired and rest well, just some water. Yeah. I think I'm gonna pop another lozenge before I sleep because I think I need it. Yeah, hopefully I don't lose my voice from this. I don't think so. Because I know I can probably still talk normally if I really wanted to. So I just need to have a rest. This week is gonna be a bit tough. I have another stream for anyone who wants to tune in. I have another stream on Thursday where I'm gonna continue this game. I will post the graphics probably tomorrow or the day after. I have to re-edit some stuff. graphic design is not my passion. And then I'll be off for another long voyage at sea, and I'm not gonna be home for a bit. Up until Sunday. Yeah. And then again, we'll see how that goes. There might be some updates to my schedule. We shall see. And again, if you want to catch up with whatever I'm doing, you can check out my socials. You can follow my Twitter, or you can join the Discord server, where we can just hang out. You know, yeah, pretty much. Anyway, for now, again, thanks to everyone who came by. Thanks to Iris for the rating, and everyone else who just lurked or even just like, you know, came by and laughed with me a little bit, laughed at the goofiness that was happening here. Yeah, I'm gonna swap to my stream ending screen now. Talk a little bit, say goodbye. Yeah. For now, it's time for me to swim back home and get some much needed rest. Bye bye. Thanks, Kay, sticking around to the end. See all you guys next time. Maybe more announcements, more cool stuff coming up. We shall see. Alright. See you guys next time. Goodbye, Minnow-san, and peace out.